Attention pitch. Like to welcome everybody out to makeup event today and a added race tomorrow. Just want to remind everybody the run order is Pro, Super Pro, Testin, Sportsman, Junior Street, Street Legal, and Junior Dragster. If anybody is licensing, you can come up anytime. Make sure you got license on the window, and we'll run you at the end of a class. Junior drags or junior street licensors, I've already spoke to you, so you know what you're doing. So once again, the run order is Pro, Super Pro, Testin, Sportsman, Junior Street, Street Legal, and Junior Dragster. At this time, I'd like to get all SIR staff to their positions.
Good morning. Can we get Pro to 5 and 6, please? Pro. It is our time.
All right, good morning, racers and crews. Staging lanes are open. Pro, let's go. 5 and 6 are open. Good morning. Let's get at her. 5 and 6 are open. Pro, let's go. All right, good morning, racers and crews. Once again, pros, the staging lanes are open. 5 and 6 are open. Let's go. We got a couple of races to get in this weekend. Looks like it's going to be a great weekend of racing. We just redid the bamboo shoots. That's right, Max Local on Demand. They're going to be showing that race here shortly. And I'll tell you, the feature race, wow, over 3 hours. So incredible racing day. The features, wow. Put on one heck of a show, and that feature race is going to be one to top for years. And we are looking at 60 years next year. You never know. Our 50th was pretty darn good, but I got to say, this year's feature, guys, it blew everyone away. Lots of great feedback on that race, so congratulations for everyone that helped us with that race, the crew, the staff here at SIR. We could not do it without all of you guys. So thank you for making our feature a tremendous success. Morning, Don. Morning, Evan. You guys have a good day. All right, let's go, Pro 5 and 6. The lanes are open. First round. Time trials here. And it is the makeup weekend here, so points race. We'll tell you where we're at with points, hopefully in a little bit. Well, at the feature, we had over 70 cars just in pro. What an incredible turnout. What great weekend. Thank you for helping us, your patience. Man, oh man, it's drag racing here at SIR. And boy, we faced a couple things that weekend. But I'll tell you, 3 solid days of racing. My mind is still gush. I'm still trying to figure a few things out here. But once again, guys, very good. Great feedback coming back from that race. The feature, that one is going to be one to tops. And hoping we're doing it next year with the 60th anniversary. And Gary Waldner's life celebration was held on Wednesday, and it was very well attended. For 2 o'clock on Wednesday afternoon, we had a few vehicles in the parking lot, but everyone paying their respects. And I'll tell you, due to Gary definitely has respect going for him. I just looked in the tech booth talking to James Gordon, and I see Mr. Magoo in there, his old Acadian 62 or Chevy too, Pontiac Acadian. But either way, Mr. Magoo may be gone, but he's always going to be here at SIR. I know that for a fact, right? His spirit lives on. So once again, for those who could attend, thank you for attending. There was a fair amount of people, a lot of different sections. I met a guy named Tim Lee, and that was kind of interesting because he used to run stock, super stock way back in the day. He said he quit running when it was Dave Collins running the track. So it was kind of interesting. He introduced himself and said, hey, he really enjoyed the feature. So that was kind of nice. All right, Pro, final call. Let's go. Pro, let's fill up those staging lanes and let's get the first time trial going here today. Well, we got to thank our friend Rich Bedford. He's getting set up here again today. Good pictures, Rich, from the feature. So thank you so much for doing that. All right, we're getting ready to get underway here. Once again, grab yourself something to eat, drink. Hector's Grub Hub, they're open this morning. Brad and April Ensign family. We're getting ready for our first time trial of the day. All right, first time trial. This is the makeup weekend here. We got Mr. Campbell, Rob Phillips, out of Lloydminster with the 63 Acadian. With Tyson Darrenowski out of Casa Rio. Congratulations, Tyson. You had a great weekend last week. Congratulations on your win. Well, first red eye, Rob Phillips, an 032, 038 for Tyson. Phillips through the top end, gets through 975, 138 miles an hour, 1080 for Tyson Darrenowski. All right, our next pair, Southern Saskatchewan out of Southie. That's Sean Isaac with the 68 Firebird. Getting the time slip of Terry Fletcher out of White City, 64 Belvedere. Sean Isaac through 895. Perry Fletcher, 1016 with an 031 reaction time. Next pair, the Mullet Mafia, Mason Boatman on the line first, getting the time slip with Regina's Mike Alexander. And what's the starting line? Mike Alexander will pull those front wheels. Same thing with Mason. Good start. Boatman through 988, 1007 the number for Mike Alexander. All right, our next pair out of Outlook, Jared McIntosh, 66, Chevelle. Love that year, Chevelle. He's getting the time slip with Jake Fiesel out of Regina. McIntosh with the red eye through to 964. 020 reaction time for Fiesel. He got through at 1026. Well, Mopar with Mopar. Yes, we're going to say that quite a bit today. Second generation Appleby Ryan whipped that beautiful 68 Charger up against the stolen Dignity, the Duster of Rashina Grabowski. Wow, what a wheel stand. Appleby launching an 027 reaction time, 063 for Rashina. And it will be the Chargers through the quarter mile first. Ryan Appleby's time in 9:68. 10:30 for Rashina Grabowski. All right, Justin Schuhauser out of Saskatoon. Beautiful 78 Camaro. Going up against Ken Dale for Daly with the time slips. First call for Super Pro 5 and 6. First call, Super Pro 5 and 6. Well, red eye for the Camaro, but Ken Daly on his game in 003. Let's see at the top end, the white dart through to 10:15, 9:45 for the Camaro. All right, our next pair. Good to see the old Leo back from Regina, Dale Weist. Getting the time slip with Dwight Grabowski. That's right, first generation Grabowski out of Martinsville. Whip the Duster. Second call, Super Pro, 5 and 6. Let's go. Second call, Super Pro. Let's go. Well, Weist got through axe time at 047 and will cross the quarter mile first to 10:27. Grabowski's through at 11:78. All right, the bad influence out of Saskatoon, Ryan Doherty. Did I say Mopar with Mopar? I did now. Yes, that's right. It's the Lindell Concrete Supply Challenger. Getting the time slip with old school, Floyd Chappell. Good to see Floyd back racing. Great launches. Red eye for Doherty, though. 116 red eye, 102 reaction time for Chappell. Side by side, Chappell get there first to 932. 999 the number for Ryan Doherty. And another Mopar coming up to the line with the Corvette. Anita Hendry out of Saskatoon. Well done, Dern. Okay, Tyler Hendry's Motorsports. And once again, thank you to Anita. Thank you to all the volunteers that got everything ship shape for the feature. The facility looks fantastic. So thank you to all the volunteers out here today. Walter Fredette's out of Bigger, Saskatchewan with the double red eyes. Walter would have got the win in this situation. 003 red eye, 033 for Anita Hendry. Hendry gets there first to 10:59, 10:75, the number for Walter Fredette's. Super Pro. Super Pro, Super Pro, let's go Super Pro. All right, looks like out of Stoughton, Saskatchewan, John Martin with the Mustang. He's up with Floyd Scribner. That's right, he's running the Pink Panther Cuda. And yes, our thoughts with Crystal, yes. It's been a long time. She is missed but not forgotten, that's for sure. Especially with our staff here at SIR. Well, John Martin with the Mustang got through X time at 035 to 075. Scribner crossed the line first to 982, 1053, the number on the Mustang. Super Pro, Super Pro, let's go Super Pro. All right, our next pair on the starting line, it is Martin and Laureen Marchuk, 68 Mustang out of Regina, ABS Competition, Bennett Auto Repair. Getting the time slip, we know Heather Bennett. She's out of White City driving that Mustang. And Martin Marchuk across the line first to 1014, 1098, the number for Heather Bennett. Well, Brendan Bennett now on the line from White City with his purple Mustang. Getting the time slip with Outcast Racing, Kim Gallagher. And what's our condolences, Hilda Tillman passing away. She was a concession manager here at SIR for a number of years. Well, Bennett got through extra time, and 030 gets through to 906 with the Mustang. Kim Gallagher in 012 got through to 1104. Final call for Super Pro, final call for Super Pro. All right, guys, run order. We got testers coming up. Testers after Super Pro, should be getting ready. Or am I calling them up? Let's go testers, 1 and 2. Testers, 1 and 2. Anyone licensing, you guys come up whenever you're ready. Licensing, come up when you're ready. Top end of the track, Plum Crazy got through at a 1041. 1073, the number for Braden Haru. And congratulations to Braden last weekend. All right, Johnson Natton out of Outlook with the Camaro. Looks like it'll be a single pass in pro. Second call for testers 1 and 2. Second call for testers 1 and 2. Well, Johnson Natton on this game in 0.39 reaction time as he leads the line in the Tiger Automotive lane. And through the top bend, Camaro through to 1050, 128 miles an hour. All right, looks like Peter Zarley down the track. Testers, staging lanes 1 and 2. Third ball for testers 1 and 2. 1 and 2. Let's go. All right, Kim Bernard on the line first. Kim and Lorianne Bernard out of Watson, Saskatchewan, 84 Camaro. Getting the time slip. Good to see the Rat Killer back. Mike Bars out of Regina. Got to thank EBS for putting this motor back together. Mike was chomping at the bit. So he says it's back together. We're going to see what it does here this weekend. And he's been missing the track. Wow, nice launches. Kim Bernard, perfect light. 0009. 030 for Bars, top end. Camaro gets their first 884. The Rat Killer through to 916. All right, Bob Diesel out of Burnout Bucks, Echo Electric Advanced Electrical Agency. And there's the old Roadrunner, Joe Bergen out of Noon Lodge. We know that car. It's got some history here. Testers 1 and 2, Testers 1 and 2, Red Eye for Fiesel, 012 for Bergen, top bend, Roadrunner through 918, 882, the number for Bob Fiesel. Well, I thought it was a new dragster. Well, it kind of is. Richard and Joan Skopik. I guess they got a little crazy with the paint gun here. I like it. Crush it. Provincial Vodka, Seward, Poland Mechanical getting the time slip with Arlene Harder with the door slammer, 67 Gouda. Both racers out of Saskatoon. Wow, 024, 025. This is at the top end. Of course, the dragster will get there first. Richard threw it at 805, 923 the time for Arlene Harder. Once again, anyone licensing, you guys come up whenever you're ready. Licensing, come up whenever you're ready. Well, Mopar with Mopar. Barney got on the line first. Jason Howdle, 71 Charger. Lloydminster, Alberta, getting the time slip with Emerald Park. That's out just outside of Regina. Jack Appleby. Jack and Shannon, 72 Dart. And it is Howdle with the reaction time in 029 to an 047. Appleby mid-track pulling away through the quarter mile, 922, 1021 for Barney. All right, smiling Leroy Schmidt out of Saskatoon. The Buick Regal getting the time slip. Fred Schwab, we know this guy, running a number of years here at SIR, numerous different race vehicles. And it's a 75 Hornet he has been running for a couple of years now. RWH Motorsports, Leroy Schmidt, PBR Auction, and Kelly Solheim. Well, Fred with the red eye, Leroy Schmidt with a little bit of a hop off the line. And it looks like Leroy will reach the top end first. The Buick Regal through it at 927, 1046 for the AMC Hornet. First call for Sportsman. First call for Sportsman in the stage and lanes. All right, we got Bantam Altered against the dragster, Jamie Fiesel. Pasqua Lake with the Altered, getting the time slip at RWH Motorsports. That's right, Richie Harder with Amy Schwab, the crew chief, with the dragster. Richie Hart, oh boy, 004 red eye on that one, 010 for Fiesel. Still get the time slip for the quarter mile. Richie through to 775, 172 miles an hour, 848 for Jamie Fiesel, 151 miles an hour. Second call for Sportsman, second call for Sportsman. Well, Kelly Morrison and I having a little bit of a chat at Gary Waldner's life celebration on Wednesday. He reminded me a few things I said. You know what? That whole weekend was a pretty big blur for me, but what a great blur it was, guys. Once again, great feature. So Kelly Morrison getting the time slip with the farm truck with Travis McBain. Look at that. We got a dragster with the El Camino. Lots of drag history between both drivers here. They've been both racing here for a long time. And looks like Kelly having an issue at the starting line. Didn't trigger the Christmas tree, so Travis McBain with a red eye got through. How about a 775, 172 miles an hour? Sportsman, we need you in 5 and 6. Sportsman, 5 and 6. Licensing, you guys come anytime you're ready. Licensers, come anytime you're ready. Testers, only come up when your class is being called. All right, Scott, your rep go. Hey, he was running his Camaro at the feature. Dylan running this car. Dylan did a pretty darn good job. Scotty back behind the wheel, the old Pontiac Acadian Cazo. Glenn, your Remco's car. Well, red eye, but how about an 810, 167 miles an hour? And Taylor Fiesel backing up on the starting line. Taylor with the dragster getting the time slip with the Alpine Sunbeam. That's right, Taylor driving the door slammer this year. Travis running the dragster. All right, top end of the track. Well, it's double red eyes. Taylor 004 got through to 895 with the dragster, 154 miles an hour. 967 the time on the Alpine, 145 miles an hour for Taryn McBain. Sportsman 5 and 6. Sportsman 5 and 6. All right, Tyson Darrenowski. Looks like he might be running a couple classes here. He's running pro and super pro. Boy, oh boy, you can't put something past me here today, can you? All right, running 2 classes. Good job, buddy. Out of Casaria, getting the time slip in super pro. Red eye on this one, but doesn't matter. You'll still get the quarter mile slip. And top end, Tyson gets through to 1078 at 123 miles an hour. And remember, 106.9 on the FM dial. Racers and crews, don't miss your call to stage in. 106.9 on that FM dial right now. We're going through the testing class. Sportsman, you guys are being called up. Well, look at these cars. These guys, I recognize them from Miles of Mayhem. Brett Waldo out of Edenwald, Saskatchewan, a Mercury Zephyr 4-door with a parachute. I love that. Getting the times limit, Scott Kiowski out of Regina, the Mustang, with a parachute in the back as well. Well, looks like Scott a bit of a hiccup on the starting line. Brett Waldo gets the big head start on this one. Top end, he gets there first with the Zephyr, 1176. Scott, well, big reaction time on the starting line. We're not going to even mention that. But a 967 as he made his way down the quarter mile. All right, look at these vehicles. Two Mustangs. It's Scott McKinnon right now out the gates down that Tiger Automotive lane with Mike Gross out of Regina. And he's through at a 945. Mike Gross, he's going to come back. Final call for Sportsman. Final call for Sportsman licensing. You guys come up whenever you're ready. Licensing only. Come up when you're ready. Testers, you guys are running right now. Come up when you're called. First call, Junior Street Legal Co-Pilot Class. First call, Junior Street Legal Co-Pilot Class. All right, Slayer 2 out of Pilot Butte. Did I say Indian Head last weekend? I was just checking if you guys are following me, right? Sean and Cheryl Lachambe, they're out of Pilot Butte. That's right. Impressions and Thread, they provide our souvenir swag. Right now, Sean's busy with Slayer 2. He's getting the time slip with Steve Gabber out of Regina. We know this challenger. Oh boy, Steve, boy, oh boy, backed her up. May have to take a look at the track. Big winds on the top end there. And just after the 330 foot. Sean Lachambe, good reaction time, 014 through to 933. But Steve Gabber passed the 330 foot. And then again, probably closer to the 1,000, another wind on the track. So we're just going to take a look, make sure everything's okay. All right, just checking that VP fuel lane to make sure it's safe to go down. That's right, Junior Street, co-pilot class. We guys need you in staging. Co-pilot class, we need you in staging. Well, I see Kurt there. No Linda Savaston. Did she decide to sleep in today? Once again, Junior Street, the co-pilot class. 3 and 4. And right now, just taking a look at that VP lane just to make sure everything's all right. Usually Steve doesn't do that in that car. And a couple Maui Wowies just after the 330-foot mark. All right, it looks like we're just getting ready to get back at her. All right, still taking a look at the track just to make sure everything is right. Keep you posted. Good day. Looks like it's going to be a great weekend. Not high temperatures. Should be comfortable here today. All right, fired up once again. I believe this will be a licensing pass for our friend out of the New Lodge, the 89 Beretta. Love the ride. Brad Prokopiew. And good solid pass for Brad. Got through to 953. Yeah, I slowed her down at 95 miles an hour. You could see he was kind of slipping about three-quarter way down the track. Decided to pull off a little bit, but hey, still gets through to 953. All right, the Flying Flamin out of Regina putting on the show at the feature. Nice to see him run Rick Brown. Looking for the groove. Let's see what Russ Flamin does. First pass of the day. What a ride! 739, 141 miles an hour, but definitely was losing it. Didn't take it off though, got back in that groove. 739, first pass of the day for Russ Flamin. And the new ride, Mark Adams out of Craven, Saskatchewan, 67 Camaro. Good pass for Adams. Gets through to 992, 133 miles an hour. Final call for Junior Street. Final call for Junior Street. Co-pilot class. Well, where there's smoke, there's Smeedle. Bruce Smeedle, I believe. Don't have all the cards loaded here, but I think that is Mr. Smeedle out of ABS. Competition out of Regina. Martin Marchuk giving him a hand. We got to thank Bruce. Boy, he got a lot of rides back running here at SIR this year. Still a few working on, but boy, oh boy, busy guy. Wow, straight as an arrow. Top end, 735, 175 miles an hour. That car was straight down the track. ABS competition, Bruce Smeedle down the track. All right, licensing pass for Keith DeJarle, Dyna Crane, Deck Brothers, Link Trailer, ABS competition. That's right. Crane Jr. taking over for Crane Sr. on this one. Well, Keith's out the gates with a red eye. Doesn't matter. He's just got to make a number of runs to show he can handle this car. And he shuts her down, strolls through to 10-11 on his next licensing pass. All right, Owen Desjardins coming up with the Chevy Vega. Getting the time slip with Chad Hot Wheels Novak out of Kenora with the convertible Mustang. Well, red eye for our friend with the Mustang, a 187 Rex time for Desjardins. Half track, the Vega pulling away. And Owen Desjardins gets through the quarter mile, runs a 12:08. Chad Novak's through to 14:46. All right, the Performance Plus Sportsman class, Chris Langdon, good job last weekend. He's out of Regina. Getting the time slip of the Manda Jastic Flamin as well out of Regina with the Pontiac GTA. First call, Junior Dragsters 1 and 2. Junior Dragsters 1 and 2. First call, Street Legal 5 and 6. Street Legal 5 and 6. Well, red eye for Amanda Jessic Flam and 059 for Chris Langdon. Langdon through 1166. 1169 for Amanda with the red eye. All right, our next pair, Evan Stephenson out of Saskatoon with the Super Coupe Aspen, getting the time slip. Hey, I love this truck. Superior Diesel's Blazer, Jay Steele behind the wheel. Evan Stephenson got 3x time in 088 to a 247. But Stephenson mid-track pulling away. Super Coupe through at 1210. Jay Steele 1386. All right, looks like Darren Simcoe out of Saskatoon on the line first with the Mullet Mafia. Like to thank Reed Automotive getting the time slip. Hey, Garrett Gerwig making his home now in Saskatoon. Well, I shouldn't say that. He's been here for a few years now. Good drag racer, 2010 Charger. And on this run, he shows he got 3x time in 037. Side by side, looks like Simcoe will reach the top first. And Simcoe does a 12:36, 13:12 for Garrett Gerwig. Street Legal, we need you in 5 and 6. Street Legal, 5 and 6. Well, Mopar versus Mopar. We might need marriage counseling after this one. Matt and Chantel, husband and wife. Boy, I wonder if they could say, well, I guess they could. You know, Matt, your mom and dad have done it for years, Anita and Glenn. We're having fun. It's just time slips Mike. Chantel Henry with the yellow duster. Matt with the truck. And, of course, it's going to be the duster at the top end first, right, Chantel? Chantel through to 1265, Matt's truck. He gets through, runs. Oh, he's slowing down. Looks like it fell off there. 18-16. Junior Dragster 1 and 2. Junior Dragster 1 and 2. Street Legal 5 and 6. Street Legal 5 and 6. All right, looks like it's going to be a single pass for our friend Eric Humphreys with the Dodge D200 Camper Special Dodge truck. Well, Eric's on his game here. An 0.46 reaction time down that quarter mile on the VP lane. Top end, Eric Humphreys through it at 12.89. All right, just talking to Brenda. We are doing 50-50s here again today. Thank you, guys. I don't know if the last ticket got claimed. That was on the Friday race day. We did post it on Facebook. No one's kind of come forward to say if it's been claimed. But we are doing 50-50 again here today. And souvenir shop will be open about 3:30. Brenda says, well, there's still a little bit left. So come on down. But, yeah, come on down. Souvenir shop open till about 3:30. All right, final call for Street Legal. I know some of you guys are running different classes. We know that. There's Junior Dragster. Junior Dragster, we need you in 1 and 2. And we're just taking a look at the VP lane here, guys. There was something fluttering. I think it was a piece of paper, but you don't know. So when in doubt, we're just going to send it out and make sure it is safe to go. So always there's something to do here at SIR. If you want, get up, move around, take a look around the pits. Last week, boy, we had a car show. And I did say if you couldn't find anything here you liked, you were not a gearhead. We had a semi. We had a nitro fuel Harley. Man, we had so many different vehicles here. The front engine dragsters, love that. That was quite the show with our Saskatchewan racers on that one. Glenn Whitehead and Willie Forrest out of Estevan. Something about the old slingshot dragsters, I'll tell you, that brings a lot of memories for me. Yeah, I'm an old guy in the tower. I like a lot of different type of vehicles. But the slingshot drag, front engine dragsters, that did it for me. That was cool. And did I mention we set a new track record in Pro Mod? Yes, we did. Saskatoon's own Mike and Melody Gonziola. And he was a previous record holder here as well. And I mean, he shares the podium with a lot of other great Pro Mod racers. Wade Schustrom broke it back at the 50th anniversary. And, hey, guy from Edmonton, Wade Schustrom, no problem. We'd let him, anybody who breaks the record, we do honor anybody who wins it. The Vogt brothers were there that weekend. They were the actual record holders at the time. They did break their previous record, but Wade Schustrom broke it even better. So he did take the whole track record. But Dan Vogt was doing some testing here, and that car was destroyed a few years back. So they've rebuilt it, had a lot of trouble, but they're still figuring it out. And they're going to be back. So the Vogts, they're former track record holders here. Mike Gonziola back on top. Wade Schustrom. And you better not count out Doug Hesch. I tell ya, 6-second car with no power adders. That means no nitrous, no blower, no additives, just carburation and fuel. And he gets that Pro Mod into the 6-second range. Wow. So yes, the Pro Mod record is a 587 at 233 miles per hour. All right, looks like we're cleared and ready to go. Just waiting for the go-ahead. Once again, we are doing 50-50s again. And Friday, we do not know if it got claimed. It was posted on Facebook. No one has come forward just yet. But congratulations. And one of the feature guys that were here from BC that won part of the $2,500 on Saturday. And once again, guys, thank you so much for supporting our 50-50s. Couldn't do a lot of improvements without you guys out here helping us with that. So once again, thank you so much. Well, I see Kaiden Farr and Kurt Jackson, but I don't see Nikita Blanchard or Linda Sabiston. So either way, Kaiden Farr is going to run 8th mile with Sullivan Gropp. We know who Sully is, don't we? He brings his own cheering section. Here we got Megan and Elizabeth out. There we go. That's it. So Sullivan Gropp with Shane in the truck. Kaiden Farr with Kurt Jackson. And we call it the co-pilot class. That's right. Street Legal co-pilot class. Junior Street Legal. 13 years and older. Kaiden got the reaction time on this round, an 011 to an 062. And the Dodge truck, 1032, 889 for the Chevy. All right, final call. I believe that's all our junior dragsters, but we're going to throw that out there. Final call for junior dragsters. Final call for Street Legal. Final call. All right, our next pair is going to be a couple of ladies getting the time slip. Marty Breeze out of Prince Albert, Aurora Chiropractic, her sponsor. Get the time slip with Maya Jacques out of Regina. That's Maya and Marcy Desjardins co-piloting, right? Pro for Mobile, Dyna Crane, Meterman Incorporated, Dick Brothers, and Link Trailer Rentals. They're sponsors. Well, Maya got through X time of 1:58, but Marty Breeze out of Prince Albert with the checkered pass taxi, 9:29 through the 8 mile, 11:54 for Maya Jacques. All right, the Sullivan Groff cheering section. Let's hear it for them. There we go. How you guys doing? Having fun? Nice day today. You picked a good day. All right, Kaiden Farr and Kurt Jackson. And this is Darian Isaac. What, another guy from Southie? Well, of course, we love you guys. We want everybody from Southie here, right? Darren Isaac with the big Ram 2500. Darian's going to learn down the 8th mile with that big truck. And through the 8th mile, the truck got through to 10:10, 69 miles an hour. And another Southie's rider here, Dominic Isaac, running the 2500 Ram too. Boy, oh boy, we got tow trucks, we got pull vehicles, we got everything racing here today from Southie. And yes, we got to wait for the top end to clear first before we run anybody down the track, right? And you guys know there is Shane already back into the street legal lanes. I think Steve's going to take over as well. And the diesel making her way down. Here's that carbon footprint down the 8th mile, 11:07, 67 miles an hour. All right, the Audio Warehouse Street Legal class. There's Dave Leverton out of Martinsville, the Core Rock Construction Dodge Ram truck. Getting the time slip. Hey, New York is big, but Walter Furnitz is from bigger Saskatchewan. That's right, he's got the supercharged 2008 Corvette. Well, Walter Furnett's got the X time in 038 to a 1:23. Corvette crossing the line first, 10:69. Dave Leverton, too. Hey, 14:31 with the truck. All right, Bucky Lalonde out of Regina running the Audi. Okay, I got to figure this one out. Spudnik Yaremko with another Audi. Spudnik, I like that. I think Cheryl's having fun with me in the tower. She's laughing. Spudnik. One's an Audi, one's an Innie? No, they're both Audis. Come on, smarten up. Spudnik Yaremko through to 1326, 1355 for Bucky Lalonde. Gee, I wonder if that's Scott and Glenn maybe racing each other, having some fun. Or maybe, you know, nom de plumes, right? We don't want to know who's driving. The mysterious riders out there. All right, we're just finishing up with Street Legal. Then we're going to get into Junior Dragster. That will be the first round and the conclusion of the first time trial here today. All right, our next pair posting the starting line. It is Chad Novak out of Kenora with the convertible Mustang. Up with, hey, she's a rookie driver this year, but she's smiling, having fun. Carrie Reap out of Saskatoon, 2014 Mustang. Uh-oh, double red eyes, but it don't matter. You guys will still get your quarter mile slip. Okay, let's see who Spudnik is here. Is that Stavros? I like these Audi matchups. Let's keep it going there, guys. I love it. All right, Mopar with Mopar out of the burnout box right to the starting line. That's Evan Stevenson out of Saskatoon. 78 Aspen Super Coupe. Matt Hendry, D150 truck out of Dundurn. I did say Mopar with Mopar, didn't I? Matt would like to thank Hendry's Motorsports, Glenn and Anita Hendry, Mom and Dad. So did Linda take the weekend off there, Kurt? Linda take the weekend off? Can't hear me. We'll wait for the run. All right, Evan Stevenson through at 12:06. Hendry through 18:02. Linda take the weekend off? She's coming. Okay, you guys just want to get the extra time trial in, right? Oh, Kaiden, you're already a drag racer. You're figuring it out. Yeah, they called him, rusty but trusty, but I don't know. He's kind of shifty, too. I don't know, right? Good job. Good to see you guys out again. And you guys liked the feature, I hear. Was that pretty wild or what? Yeah, that was a pretty good feature. That was a darn good feature. So, good job, guys. Keep it going. Uh-oh. Shane says, Sully, you want to do burnouts? I'm going to do burnouts. Are you taking notes, Sully? Sullivan, grow up on the sideline. It's Dad's time to have fun. Fixed Income Crew. Or the Garage, SIR crew, Sullivan and Elizabeth out there, friends and family you'd like to thank. Well, you better put Megan in there. Come on, Shane, you got to make sure you got the financial support of everyone, right? Anyways, going up with Nate Gross out of Southie. And boy, this guy red lights today, but this guy can get a light pretty good out of Southie. Shane on his game, an 0100 reaction time. And full quarter mile on this Audio Warehouse Street Legal run, 13:56 for Shane. Nate's time of 15:16. Okay, folks, we're looking at 1 of 25. Just talking to Sean Isaac a little bit earlier. It's a Richard Petty Superbird 2012. And I'll tell you, I teased them about running Pontiacs. This Pontiac is pretty nice, too. This Superbird, wow. Thank you so much for sharing this with us, Sean. Beautiful car. And Sean at 019 reaction time down the VP fuel lane. He gets through to 1302, 109 miles an hour. So he's going street legal this on racing here. So Sean's got to jump through a lot of vehicles here this weekend, it looks like. Hey, you're going to help him out? You're just going to cheer him on, right? Moral support, absolutely. Good job. Good to see you guys up again this weekend. All right, coming down the return road, take a look at this 1 of 25 Richard Petty Superbirds. What a beautiful ride, Sean. Very nice. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. That is gorgeous. All right, first call, second time trial pro, 5 and 6 are open. Second time trial pro. Second time trial, lanes are open, 5 and 6, let's go. All right, preparations made as we open up the gate at the top end. There is Papa Desjardins, that's right, Ed Desjardins helping out. Granddaughter, that's right, that is Victoria Desjardins running. She calls her dragster Zoe. And that is Turbo Thomas Jacek Flamin out of Regina. And that is Russ Dad helping out. All right, so the rules apply for all these racers. Oh, red eye for Turbo Thomas. 2:14 reaction time, so everyone's qualifying. Best reaction time, that is the reaction time on the starting line with the Christmas tree. We'll get lane choice or a bye run. Thomas Jacek got through the 8th mile first with the red eye, 12:41. 14:04, 2:14 reaction time for Victoria. And one more junior to run, so pro, let's go. Second time trial, second call. 5 and 6, let's go. 5 and 6, pro, let's go. All right, we're just waiting for the top end to clear. Lightning Leia Jacek Flamin out of Regina up next. And I got to thank the Flamin Jacek kids. They sang our national anthem both in English and French at the feature race last weekend. You guys did a fantastic job. Everyone really liked your singing. Thank you guys for helping me out. That helps me out tremendously. So we'll see. Maybe next year we'll do it again. And Lightning Leia off the gates in 0.46 reaction time. And these young racers, boy, getting more confidence every run they make down the track. Leia gets through to 12.03, 51 miles an hour. So pro, let's go. 5 and 6, third call, second time trial. Let's go. Don't like some of the clouds up there, but it doesn't look that bad. I think it's going to be okay. We're knocking on wood. But we know what's happened all year. It's been a crazy summer. Wait 5 minutes, it's going to change 100%, right? Not today, though, right? All right, prepping up the track. Let's get ready to go. Waiting for our juniors to make their way back into the pits. So once again, pro, let's go. 5 and 6 are open. Pro, let's go. All right, waiting for the staging lane to fill. Once again, pro, let's go. 3 and 4 open. Pro, let's go. All right, we're getting the track prepped here. Once again, all the racers and crews. There we go. That is the Flaman family making their way down the track. Once again, thank you, Leia and Thomas, for doing our national anthems at the feature race. You guys did awesome. All right, just talking to Anita Henry. Banquet tickets. It's going to be held in Regina Saturday, November 15th. Jody at the Racers Gates got tickets available. There's only about 40 tickets left. So once again, hey, the banquet, first time in Regina, congratulations. And truly should be. Saskatchewan International Raceway really moving a lot of different ways. And with our new way of doing everything, I'll tell you what, looking forward to the banquet this year in Regina. So once again, tickets are available. It is, once again, November 15th. And tickets are $60. Talk to Jody at the gate. All right, the track is just about there. Primed and ready to go. Final call for pro. Final call for pro. Let's go pro. And once again, folks, get up and move around. We've got Carmen today at the Mackenzie Auto Great Western Beer Gardens. All we ask is have responsible beverages. She's going to get a little bit busier today. So thank you, Carmen. As well, Hector's Grub Hub. Grab something to eat, grab something to drink. In between the rounds, they'll get you going. So we'd like to thank the Ends family. Boy, they were busy last weekend. Good job, guys. So Hector's Grub Hub, and now they're firing up their other location. I think it was at Martinsville, the rink, getting ready. So these guys are busy. So Hector's Grub Hub, go on down, say hello to them. Grab something to eat, grab something to drink. Well, we talked to Brenda earlier today, too. We're doing 50-50s. Souvenir shop will be open until about 3:30. Friday's 50-50 was posted on Facebook. Haven't had word if anyone's coming forward to claim it just yet. But once again, you don't have to be here to win the 50-50s. You come home, you figured out you got tickets in your pocket. Don't despair. If it has been claimed, we will not post it. But up until last weekend, Friday's draw is the only one that has been unclaimed so far. So once again, take a look in your pockets. You never know. All you got to do is show that ticket to us to make sure you got the right winning ticket. And we will make the arrangements to get the money to you. So Friday, haven't heard just yet. We did post it a couple times on Facebook. Do not know if it's been claimed, but we're doing it again today. So if you see Brenda walking around, and thank you, Brenda, and all the ladies that helped us out last weekend. Crazy, crazy weekend. Souvenir shop really busy, but Brenda says still a few things still left. So come on down and go say hi to her, right? But once again, Brenda Goebel, thank you for looking after our 50-50s for us. The Saturday prize did get claimed, $2,500, and you know what? You had to buy a ticket. They were sold out. We only had a certain amount of tickets we could sell. And once again, that ticket actually belonged to one of the crews from BC. So congratulations. Taking some money home. All right, looks like we're fired up once again. Queen City Performance Pro Class. Second time trial of the day. All right, running a couple classes here today. Tyson Daranoski, Casario with the 99 S10. Getting the time slip of Justin Schulhauser. He's out of Saskatoon with that Camaro. Well, red eye for Tyson, 0.62 reaction time for Justin Schulhauser. And mid-track, Camaro pulling away through that Tiger Automotive lane. Camaro through to 9:41. S10's time at 10:84. Once again, licensing, you guys come up anytime. Stage in lane 1, licensing only. Come up whenever you're ready. All other classes and testers, please come up to stage and when you're called. All right, second generation Macintosh Racing, Jared McIntosh, 66 Chevelle. Getting the time slip with Jake Fiesel out of Regina. 87 Camaro. And he pulls her wheels. Look at that, double red eyes. Jared's not going to like his time slip. He's on the red eye, 0006. Anyways, Jared, you got through to 970. 10:34 for our friend Jake Fiesel. All right, well, you know what? They are truly the Mopar capital of Saskatchewan, I'll tell you. Sean Isaac earlier taking a Superbird down the track, 1:25. Thank you so much. And this guy is a total gearhead. He's got this Pontiac Firebird. This is a nice car. Fortunately, a red eye on this brown. Rob Phillips an 0.72 reaction time. But mid-track, Sean Isaac bearing down through that quarter mile with the red eye through to 9:17, 9:79 for Rob Phillips. Final call for pro. Final call for pro. All right, Mopar with Mopar. Yes, we're going to say that quite a bit this weekend. Perry Fletcher out of White City. Bennett's Auto Repair in the VP Fuel lane, getting the slip with Anita Hendry. She is in the Tiger Automotive lane. Okay, Tire Hendry's Motorsports. Thanks, Glenn, she says. Well, dreaded red lights. But both racers will get quarter mile time slips. Top end, it'll be Fletcher there first. 10:20, 10:61 for Anita Hendry. Well, they said the car was for sale. It was marked for sale. Now it isn't. Maybe, I don't know. Doesn't hurt to shake the tree, does it? Talk to Mason Boschman, that's right, 82 Trans Am. Getting the time slip with the pink Cuda, that's right, the Pink Panther Cuda. That is Floyd Scribner out of Saskatoon. Wow, what a launch by Scribner, red eye for Mason Boschman. And they are side by side, Boschman pulling away. And Mason gets there with the red eye, 9:73, 9:71, 1:18 reaction time for Floyd Scribner. First call for Super Pro, second time trial. First call for Super Pro, second time trial. All right, Mopar with Mopar. This is going to be a nice picture for Rich Bedford. Ryan Appleby out of Regina, Mike Alexander out of Regina. Both Mopars, both wheel standers here. Let's take a look at the starting line. Let's see him run. Wow, what a picture. Red eye, though, for Appleby. Mike Alexander, 054. They're side by side. Looks like Appleby inching ahead. Alexander, 10:07. 9:67 for Appleby. I think that was due to the red light on that one, right? All right, our next pair. I like this Mustang out of Stoughton. John Martin. Beautiful Mustang. Getting the time slip with second generation Grzybowski Racing. Rashina Grzybowski to Warman. Running the 76 Duster. Well, good start at the line, but it will be Rashina Grzybowski in the top end. 10:32, 11:01 for John Martin. Super Pro, 5 and 6. Let's go, Super Pro. Second time trial. Mopar with Mopar. First generation Grisbowski to White. Behind the wheel of 76 Duster getting the time slip at Glenn Hendry. Plum Crazy out of Dundurn. Well, red eye for Dwight. Glenn Henry, no 7-2 with the wheel stand. And mid-track, Plum Crazy pulling away in that Tiger Automotive lane. Top Ben. He's through to 1041, 128 miles an hour, 1178 for Dwight Grisbowski with the red eye. All right, we got Walter Fruit Loop for Nets with the Corvette getting the time slip with Old School. Floyd Chappell out of Grandora. All right, Floyd Chappell through the top end first, 932, 1070, the number for Walter Fruit Loop Burnett's. Once again, Super Pro, let's go, Super Pro. All right, Lauren Krieger out of Viscount with the Dodge Demon. Peterman, Dynacrane, Pro Riser, Pro Soils. His sponsors, Dale Weiss, Old School Racing, the Olds. And Dale Weiss with their action time in 080 to a 139 top end. It is Dale Weiss, 1034, 1046, the number for Lauren Krieger. Super Pro, second time trial, let's go. Super Pro, let's go. All right, Lorena Martin Marchuk out of Regina with the Mustang getting the time slip. ABS Competition, Bennett Auto Repair, their sponsors, with Heather Bennett out of White City. Bennett Auto Repair. Well, Marty out the gates. Oh boy, 0019 red eye. How about this? 0028 for Heather. Good reaction time, girl. 1100 through the top end with the Mustang. 002, Martin Marchuk with the red eye, not by much. 001 at 1018, 131 miles an hour. Well, going into the weekend, I don't believe we got the points updated just yet. But Ken Daly up with Jansen Atten. Daly out of Regina, we know the white dart. Once again, Rich Bedford's going to get some nice pictures on this one. Ken Daly with Jansen Atten. Atten out of Outlook with the Camaro. Well, there's the launch, but Daly with a dreaded red eye, 029, 063 for Jansen. Mid-track, they are together. Looks like Daly will cross the line first. He does with the red eye, 1019, 1053, the number for Jansen Atten. Licensing come up anytime. Licensing come up every time. Testers and classes only come up to stage and when you're called. All right, our next pair, Brandon Bennett out of White City with the 84 Mustang, getting the time slip with Outcast Racing Kim G. She was racing for Gary Waldner. We all were, right? Kim Guller out of Saskatoon with Pontiac Acadian. Well, Kimmy doesn't do it very often, but she red-led in 0.35, reaction time for Brandon Bennett. And Brandon on the good side on that reaction time. Through at a 9.09 red eye for Kim Gallagher. She got through at 11.07, 120 miles an hour. And Braden Haru going through the rounds last weekend. Congratulations. Looks like it'll be a single pass for him. Haru through 0.44 reaction time, a 9.44 with 143 miles an hour. All right, the Lindahl Concrete Supply, Bad Influence. 72 Challenger, Ryan Doherty with a single pass, pulling the wheels. Well, Ryan with the dreaded red eye, but he will get down the track. He'll get the quarter-mile slip. He gets through to 10.01, 133 miles an hour. All right, testers 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. Licensing, you guys come up anytime. Testers 1 and 2. All right, Sean Isaac, we need you in the tower. Sean Isaac, we need you in the tower, please. All right, Keith Desjardins doing a licensing pass. He's the junior crane guy. That's right. Papa Eddie Desjardins, senior. Dyna Crane, Deck Brothers, Link Trailer, and ABS Competition is sponsors. Well, I'll tell you what, Keith, good reaction time. You got that one figured out. 0.04. How about through to 10.20, 97 miles an hour? But what a reaction time. 0.04. Second call for testers. Second call for testers. 1 and 2. Well, it looks different, but it's the same. Richard Skopik. Sponsored by Provincial Vodka and Seward Poland Mechanical. Getting the time slip. Hey, Kim Bernard having a great year last year. Kim and Lorianne Bernard out of Watson, Saskatchewan. Schulte Industries, Stein Electric, their sponsors. Well, red eye for Kim Bernard, 0.53, 0.28 for Skopek. Richie gets through the top end at 8.09, 164 miles an hour. Kim Bernard with a red eye, 150 miles an hour, 8.80 through the quarter mile. And Jamie Fiesel warming up the rear tires out of Pasqua Lake, Saskatchewan, down south. And it is Joe Bergen. Good to see the Plymouth Roadrunner back out here, new and lush. Joe Bergen. We got Door Slammer with Bantam altered. Third call testers 1 and 2. Third call for testers 1 and 2. Wow, Joe Bergen pulling the wheels on that one. Incredible. Straightens it out, but Jamie Fiesel will reach the top end first. Runs an 8:46, 9:19 for Joe Bergen, but what a wild ride for Joe Bergen. All right, Bob Fiesel warming up the rear tires on that rear engine dragster. And Bob Fiesel will be getting the ticket with Kelly Morrison, the time slip. That's right, the farm truck, El Camino. All right, they're on the starting line. All right, both pre-stage and stage bulbs lit. Here we go. And there's Morrison pulling those front tires. Unfortunately, Bob Fiesel with the red eye this round. 030 red eye. Fiesel through at 880. 117 reaction time for Morrison. Got through to 946. 139 miles an hour. Testing lanes 1 and 2 are open. Testers 1 and 2. Licensing, come up anytime you're ready. Licensing, come up when you're ready. Well, the Rat Killer is back. Mike Bars out of Regina. Love to see this car back. So Mike Bars getting the time slip with another guy out of Regina, out of Junior Dragster, getting into Super Pro. Taylor Fiesel had a couple different vehicles, but he settled with the Dragster. Boat Auto, Buyer's Choice Home Inspections is sponsors. Well, red eye for the Rat Killer. Taylor Fiesel 0015. Almost perfect light through to 798. 165 miles an hour. Bars with the red eye through to 919. 146 miles an hour. Final call for testers. Final call for testers 1 and 2. Final call for testers. Final call for testers 1 and 2. Well, Mopar with Mopar. Jack Appleby out of Emerald Park. Jack and Shannon Appleby, 72 Dart, getting the time slip with Arlene. Arlene and Dick Harder out of Saskatoon, 67 CUDA. Well, red eye for Arlene Harder, not by much. 021, 019. Appleby's on his game. And the Dodge Dart out of Emerald Park through to 919, 923 with the red eye, Arlene Harder. First call for Sportsman, 5 and 6. And Travis McBain warming up those rear tires, the 2012 dragster. And he'll be getting the time slip with our friends out of Lloydminster, Alberta. That's right, the Howdle family. Jason. I'd like to thank his wife, his kids, his grandson, his mom and sister from Arizona. The SIR staff and the Lord above. We want to thank everyone as well, Jason. Travis McBain, sponsored by Snooker Shack Napa, McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Haga Mechanical. And thank you guys. You guys had a ton of giveaways at the feature. You helped me tremendously with that. Thanks to all the racers with the giveaways. Look at that. Howdle just missed the perfect light. 0010. And Barney got through to 1023. 037 reacts time for McBain. Dragster through 171 miles an hour. 777. Second call, Sportsman 5 and 6. Second call, Sportsman 5 and 6. Well, we're talking about Travis. This is daughter Taryn McBain running the Sunbeam Alpine this year. Boy, I like when they run against each other. I just have to say sponsors once, right? We'll give them another blast. Snooker Shack Napa, McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Haga Mechanical. Getting the time slip with the smiling Leroy Schmidt out of Saskatoon. PBR Auction and Kelly Solheim as sponsors. Well, it's a red eye for Taryn McBain. Side by side, McBain with the red eye through to 938, 930 for Leroy Schmidt. 260 reaction time. Sportsman 5 and 6. Sportsman 5 and 6. All right, Richie Harder, RWH Motorsports Dragster. That is Amy Schwab, his crew chief on the sideline. Richie also sponsored by Northern Blacktop, Laser Auto Body, and Triumph Construction. Well, Richie on the right side this time. It is a good reaction time, an 040 top end, 172 miles an hour, 771 for the RWH Motorsports Dragster. All right, Scotty Uremko. Link Rental, Studio 1, RWH Motorsports, BBJ 5-star Laser Auto Body ABS competition. That is Glenn Uremko's Pontiac Canzo. Is that Glenn? Is that called, wasn't he called Spudnik or is he Spudnuts? I don't know. Which one is he? We'll have fun with Glenn a little bit later. Sportsman 5 and 6. We need Sportsman 5 and 6. Well, Scotty, strong pass, 036 reaction time, top end. How about a 811, 167 miles an hour? All right, friends in the pits, competitors on the sideline, their starting line. That's right, Fred Schwab, RWH Motorsports, 75 AMC Hornet out of Dundurn. Getting the time slip with Tyson Daronowski. He's from Casario. And I'm sure Tyson wants to thank his lovely wife, Kaylee, for all the help she does, right? Of course she does. He does. She does. Good team. Well, Tyson got through action time. No, it's Fred who got it. 1:016 for Fred, 0:39 for Tyson. Side by side, but the Hornet squeezes a 10:49, 10:79 for our friend with the S10. All right, final call for Sportsman. Final call for Sportsman. All right, our next pair. I love this Mustang. Still waiting for some more time cards to be loaded. And that is Sean and Cheryl Lasham, Slayer 2 out of Pilot Butte. Our official supplier of the clothing at SLR. Impressions and Thread out of Regina. Well, Lasham got the reaction time in 0:27. Slayer through at a 9:29, 145 miles an hour. Our friend with the Mustang at 9:20 at 112 miles an hour. Well, the new ride for Mark Adams. And Steve Gabber with the Performance Plus Challenger. Well, Steve Gabber with the red eye kind of rolled through. Mark Adams, a 1:08 reaction time. Camaro will reach the quarter mile first, 9:76, 134 miles an hour. Steve Gabber through 11:75, 138 miles an hour. All right, another licensing pass, and Brad is getting better with this car with every run. You don't see a lot of Berettas anymore. He's out of Noon Lodge, but I'll tell you what, a strong car, and he is definitely getting more confident. I love watching this car go down the track. Twin turbo Beretta. And good job, Brad, keeping her straight down. How about a 755, 185 miles an hour? I'd say, Brad, you got that car under control. 755, 185 miles an hour. All right, these guys are out of Edenwald, Saskatchewan. I recognize this car from Miles of Mayhem. You gotta love a four-door Zephyr Link or Mercury with a parachute in the back. And just spinning it on the line. Wow. And Brett, well, he's going through 8th mile, right? These guys do 8th mile. He got through to 736, 125 miles an hour. All right, got a bunch of guys with the fastest streetcar shootout cars. Welcome. I think some of these cars were at the Heads Up Havoc as well, weren't they? Well, I think it's Scott Kiowski out of Regina, but yes, another car with a parachute in the back. You gotta like that. And the Mustang down the VP fuel lane. Got to work on the reaction time. It looks like they're working on some things on the car. 955, 117 miles an hour through the quarter mile. Okay, looks like it's going to be a single pass for our friend Russ Flamin out of Regina, the 69 GTO. All right, let's see what Russ Flamin does here. He's looking for the groove. He wants to break the 7 seconds. He wants to break the 200 mile per hour. He's done it before. Wow, what a launch by Flamin! And he shuts her down through 727, 144 miles an hour. So about three-quarter track, he shuts her down, but I'll tell you, what a launch. Haven't seen the car lead the line like that yet. All right, I believe it's Mike Gross out of Regina. Beautiful black Mustang. All right, you can tell he's still working on reaction times at the starting line. Mike shuts her down after the 8th mile, 6:33, 110 miles an hour. So some of these fastest street car shootout cars will do 8th mile, not quarter mile. And that's quite all right. Well, I'm counting the cylinders once again. 4 cylinders. I believe that is Matt Jessup. That's right, folks. Look at the engine on this. 4 cylinders. Now, I got to say, there are probably very big pistons in that cylinder. Because it is a very fast Bantam Altered. Matt Jessup with the From Bantam Altered. And being guided back on the hot rubber across that starting line. First call for Junior Street Co-Pilot class. First call, Junior Street Co-Pilot class. Well, it's a red eye, but they're testing. And about, past the, he's pulling over to the side. Something not right. Thank you for doing that. Just taking a look at the track to make sure everything's okay. Well, I see some green out there. That's right. The Riders playing today at 5 o'clock. Calgary. We don't like Calgary, do we? We don't like anyone. But hey, 5 o'clock today, Riders are playing. Well, we're just shut down here. Looks like we're going to go send our top-end crew to see what's going on with the four-cylindered Bantam Altered. As soon as we're ready to go, we'll get going again. All right, just sending a few more people up just to see what's going on. We'll get Matt off the top end. We'll resume with our second time trial here today. That's right, our rain out makeup dates here today. Thank you to everyone that's come out again. If you were out last weekend, you know we had a great feature here at the track. That one's going to be top. Hard to top, but I'll tell you what, we got 60 years coming next year. And 50 years, that was a great feature. But I'll tell you, last weekend, incredible. Still getting a lot of reviews from a lot of people. Everyone's still really high on that one. And I'll tell you, back at Bamboo Shoots on Wednesday, just to do the final touches on the taping on that, I got to watch the whole race again. And wow, a lot of different angles I get to see with Bamboo Shoots. So you definitely, if you're a subscriber, that will be shown here shortly. We just finished it up last week. But I'll tell you what, a long weekend. 3 days of racing. Couple days off, but I didn't really talk too much on Monday. Kind of hurt. And then Wednesday again, so my wife was kind of giggling. I'm kind of not here yet still. I'm still tired. I'm still, I don't know. And we're racing again, so we'll get her over this weekend. We definitely got to get these rainout dates out. Unfortunately, Mother Nature not really helping us with this year's schedule, but we're going to get her done. And we got the makeup race weekend here. So points race, hopefully we'll get some points updated for tomorrow. And they're still figuring out what's going on at the top end. As soon as we're ready to go, we'll let you know. But hey, we've got Carmen in the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens. All we ask, responsible beverages, right? And I got to say, Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens is now family friendly. You do not have to be just of drinking age. You can bring your family in there. All we ask, please be a role model, right? We got your family. We've got other families out there. So just be responsible. And now Mackenzie Auto open for all ages. And boy, adding a couple more grandstands. Boy, oh boy, the track looked pretty good last weekend, guys. We don't know what the final attendance was. Car count, well, I know there was at least 70 vehicles in Pro. That doesn't include all the other classes. So once again, we got to thank all our friends that ventured to our track that make this happen. We had friends out of Manitoba, Alberta, of course, our own SIR race crews and racers. But you know what? We've got to thank our friends from the United States, Oregon, Derek Snelson and Richard Smith with the jet cars definitely put on the show. And once again, thank you guys for making the travels here. That was awesome. Willie Forrest, another local racer. Well, I say local, I say Saskatchewan. But he drove all the way, towed all the way from Estevan. If anyone knows where Estevan is, that's just right by the American border. So, man, oh, man, over 6 hours of towing for them. Willie and Frosty, tell you what, Forrest, thank you guys. You guys running Glenn Whitehead with the front engine slingshot dragsters. That brings a lot of old memories for me. That's how we used to make the dragsters. So once again, what a great feature. And I did say, man, oh man, we had something for everybody. If you did not find a car, a vehicle, race vehicle you liked here at SIR, you are not a gearhead. I can guarantee you that. There was so many great examples. Cal Tibb, 33 Willys. What a beautiful car. And that was a pro mod, so... And Cal Tibbs run a lot of different vehicles. He's been here at SIR with the alcohol funny cars, a lot of different other race cars, but that 33 Willys, what a beautiful vehicle. And it looks like we got him on the hook here, so we're getting that Bantam altered off the top end of the track. Top end guys making the way back to the perch, so we're just about ready to get underway again to conclude this second time trial here. All right, Junior Street, you guys are in. And it sounds like we're fired up once again. Colin G out of Rollo? No, I don't think so. That's a Corvette. That is a beautiful vet. Going to be testing with Rob Tangeman. Now, guys, watch the starting line. This Mopar Duster is incredibly insane. I believe he's running a Pro Charger on it. And as much as we've improved this track, Rob Tangeman still breaks traction. I don't see how. Well, I do. It has lots of horsepower. Well, Tangeman got through the line. We're just going to back him up, start him again. Corvette gets through the VP lane and slows her down. Oh boy, 11:53, 99 miles an hour. All right, Rob Tangeman just waiting for the top end to clear. We're going to get him back set on that starting line. All right, watch this Duster on the starting line. I swear to God, he lifted it out left wheel at the 330 mark. How about that? 791, 183 miles an hour. What a run by Rob Tangeman. 791, 183 miles an hour. All right, where there's Bruce Schmiedel, there's smoke. Oh, that's backwards. Where there's smoke, there's Schmiedel. There we go. ABS competition. Bruce Schmiedel, once again, very busy guy. Got a few rides back to the track here this year. But busy shop, ABS competition out of Regina. And Bruce getting some help from Martin Marchuk. Wow, Schmiedel out the gates. Nice straight run once again. 035 reaction time of 787, 126 miles an hour. Yeah, you knew he shut it off a little bit, right? Wow. Bruce Schmiedel out of Regina. All right, another licensing pass for Keith Desjardins, our friend out of Pilot Butte. Dyna Crane Services, Deck Brothers, Link Trailer, and ABS Competition, his sponsors. Well, Keith out the gates, an 0-1-0 reaction time. And looked like the throttle is all the way at 945, 140 miles an hour. And Papa Ed says that is good. All right, I think final call for Junior, I believe. Junior Street, co-pilot class, final call. All right, Chad Novak got a Kenora with the convertible Mustang, getting the time slip with Matt Hendry out of Dundurn. Hendry's Motorsports truck. Well, clean start at the line. Matt Hendry got an 058, 060 for Chad Novak, but the Murray Mustang will get there first. Chad Suda, 14:32. Matt's time, 18:24. All right, our next pair at the starting line, it's Evan Stephenson out of Saskatoon, the Super Coupe. Getting the time slip with Owen Desjardins out of Regina, 76 Vega. Well, red eye for Owen Desjardins, 263 reaction time for Evan Stephenson. Stephenson through at 12-12 for Owen Desjardins. First call, Junior Dragster and Street Legal. First call, Junior Dragster and Street Legal. Second time trial. All right, Darren Shimko out of Saskatoon. Running the Reed Automotive Nova, thanks to the Boschman's Mullet Mafia. Getting the time slip of Garrett Gerwing out of Saskatoon, 2010 Charger. Well, Garrett, you're not going to like your time slip. An 0021 red eye. 201 reaction time for Darren Shimko, and he will reach the top end first. Orange Nova through to 12:34. Chargers time, 13:09. Well, our next pair is out of the Burnout box. It's Amanda Jasic Flamin out of Regina on the starting line first. So getting the time slip at Saskatoon's Eric Humphreys with the 76 D200 Dodge truck. Well, Amanda Jasic Flamin got through action time in 047. Will cross the line first, 11:61. A 109 reaction time for our friend with the Dodge truck. Eric Humphreys through at 12:96, 99 miles an hour. Second call, Junior Dragster and Street Legal to stage and lanes. Second call, Junior Dragster and Street Legal to the stage and lanes. All right, the Superior Diesel Blazer. That is Jay Steele behind the wheel getting the time slip. With Chris Langdon out of Regina, the 74 Duster. Langdon got through action time in 016. Will cross the line first, 11:63. Jay Steele, a 182 reaction time, got through to 13:89. And it looks like it'll be a single pass for Chantel Hendry. Hendry's Motorsports 70 Duster. Just like to thank OK Tire. Well, Hendry, good reaction time. Chantel in 050, top end. She crosses the quarter mile, runs a 12:62, 105 miles an hour. Junior Dragster and Street Legal, we need you in staging lanes. Junior Dragster, Street Legal, we need you in staging. All right, I believe it's a licensing pass in the coast. All right, they're licensing still, but they're going to get there in time, right? All right, Darian Isaac out of Southie, Saskatchewan, through in 986, 70 miles an hour. All right, and Dominic Isaac out of Southie, I believe, is licensing as well. Boy, Southie's going to be very quiet when we're drag racing all the time, aren't they? No trouble there? Never, right? Just got to make sure they know you're there, right? All right, the big diesel making its way down the 8th. 3:14 reaction time. And gets through the 8th mile. Dominic's time runs a 10:99, 67 miles an hour. Junior Dragster and Street Legal, we need you in staging. Junior Dragster and Street Legal, we need you in staging. All right, our next pair looks like Kaiden Farr will get on the starting line first in the Tiger Automotive lane. Kaiden is with Kurt Jackson, running the big Ram Sport. Going to get the time slip with Maya Jacques. She is with Marcy Desjardins. And they got the Colorado, so truck with truck, 8th mile. Well, Maya Jacques got the reaction time in 050 to a 106, but Kaiden Farr will get to the 8th mile first. Kaiden gets through at a 10:24, 11:41 for Maya Jacques. And our next pair, Marley Breeze, having a great weekend last weekend out of Prince Albert. The PA checkered past taxi cab. Aurora Chiropractic. Marley getting the time slip. It's Sullivan Groff out of Dundurn. Sullivan and Shane Groff in the vehicle. Well, red eye for Sully, 083, red eye 204, reaction time for Marty Breeze. Marty Breeze gets through to 910, red eye for Sully, got through to 890. And yes, street legal, you guys, I know you got a couple classes going, you guys running different cars, but street legal, I believe our juniors are ready to go. Oh, I like this matchup. A Corvette with a Mustang. Kerry Reap out of Saskatoon, 2014 Mustang, getting the time slip. With, well, New York is big, but Walter Furnetz is out of bigger Saskatchewan. 2008 supercharged Corvette. So I like this one. The Battle of New. Well, out the gates, Walter Furnetz in 049 gets through the quarter mile, 1074. 431 reaction time. Kerry's going to work on that. 1481 through the top end. All right, Mopar with Mopar this round. We're back into the Audio Warehouse Street Legal class. We're back to quarter mile racing. Matt Henry up with Dave Leverton. And it's over. Well, they're time trials, Mike. But competition, Matt Henry with the red eye would have been disqualified. Dave Leverton, 028 reaction time. And the Core Rock construction truck gets through the top end, 1377. Matt Henry through 1814. All right, Chad Novak on the line first out of Kenora with the convertible Mustang. Getting the time slip with Evan Stephenson out of Saskatoon, 78 Super Coupe. Well, Novak got the reaction time in 038 to an 088, but Evan Stephenson mid-track will pull away. And he'll cross the line first. Super Coupe through, 1203. Chad Novak, Mustang through to 1431. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I think an Audi's going to make it to the top end first. My Broom, it says on the one license plate. And that's Bucky Lalonde. And Spudnik, are you sure it's Spudnik? Maybe it's Spudnut, Remco. I like this. Audi with Audi. I think it's Scotty and Glenn, but hey, we'll go with Bucky and Spudnik. Spudnik or Spudnuts? I'll tell you, they're racing 067 for Spudnik, 077 for Bucky, side by side. Who's got the faster Audi? This one is Spudnik. 1322, 1342 for Bucky. Well, 1 of 25. Sean Isaac, I'll tell you, you are from the Mopar capital, Southeast Saskatchewan. What a beautiful super bird. That is Richard Petty, not Tom Petty, right? Sean Isaac up with Nate Gross, both out of Southie, right? Nate, running the big ramp truck. And Nate, you've got the reaction times, my friend. An 0015, 319 for Sean. And Superbird should get there first, 1342. But Nate Gross, 001 reaction time through to 1519. All right, and Shane Gropp looks like he'll conclude our last passer in the Audio Warehouse Street Legal time trial. Fixed Income Garage, I'd like to thank the SIR crew, Sullivan, Elizabeth, and Megan, friends and family. Well, Shane Red Eye, that's all right, just shake it off. You'll still get the quarter-mile time slip. 024 Red Eye, missed it by 2/100ths of a second. You can't even blink that fast, guys. 13:59 through the quarter mile, 98 miles an hour. All right, third time trial. Pro 5 and 6 is open. Pro, let's go. Third time trial. 5 and 6 are open. What a beautiful car. I love that car. I don't think it's going to go down to Selby. Mike wants to test drive it for a week. What do you think? See, sometimes being a track announcer, I do have some advantages. But I know Sean and his wife, no, they're going to think, yes, Mike, you're a nice guy, but no thanks, right? I understand. I truly do. It's a beautiful car. And I drive, I drive school bus, so you should be safe. I find the secret is if I close one eye and I don't look out of the other, bus driving's easy. I shouldn't say that. I think I drive with a lot of people that drive like that, right? So if there's any other bus drivers out there, hey, we're starting in 2 weeks. And actually, I'm kind of looking forward to getting back into a routine. So watch out for the kids out there, right? School's starting in a couple weeks here. So I hate to say it, but yeah, summer is just about over. All right, the junior dragsters, that's right. This is our future. And she is driving Zoe. That's what Victoria calls her junior dragster. Sponsored by Donna Crane Services, Deck Brothers, Link Trailers, and of course, Papa. That's right, Grandpa Ed helping her out. And I'll tell you, this young lady, petrified when she started this year. She's knocked a ton of time off this junior dragster. Very confident, and she's smiling while she's doing it. And that's all we ask. This should be fun for you guys, right? Yeah, a little nerve-wracking, but hey, we got a lot of people supporting you. So Victoria, 267 reaction time down the 8th mile. And she will stop the clocks, runs a 14:02 at 42 miles an hour. Pro, second call, third time trial. Let's go, 5 and 6. Pro, let's go. Second time trial, 5 and 6. All right, and these young dragster racers here sang the national anthem at the feature race, and I got to thank you guys for that. That helps me out tremendously. I get prepared for the runs. So thank you, Turbo Thomas and Lightning Leia, Jacek Flamin out of Regina. Thank you to Mom and Dad. And Amanda helping me out. Yes, they're in French immersion. They knew the national anthem just in French. I just asked if we could do it 50-50, right? Both official languages, and you know what? They did. So there we go. Congratulations, guys. I think we're booking you for next year. Mike's going to take you on tour, I think. I don't know. Well, Thomas with the red eye. Leah Jastic Flamin an 0.67 reaction time. Now look at that. They are side by side in a couple of racers every time they're running down the track. More confidence. So Leah Jastic Flamin takes this round. 12.20. 12.33 for Turbo Thomas with the red eye. All right, touching up the track once again, but we're going to get ready to go. Pro, let's go. Third time trial, Pro, let's go. All right, prepping the track. Let's go. Pro, let's go. Third time trial. Stage and lanes are open. All right, the track is prepped, ready to go. Pro, final call for pro, third time trial. And we did explain, yes, Hector's Grub Hub. Grab something to eat, grab something to drink. That's right, the Ends family running the concession again this year. They're firing up. I think they're firing up the Martinsville Arena here as we speak. So congratulations to Hector's Grub Hub. Look around for them as they are concluding the season with SIR, but getting fired up in Martinsville with hockey season just right around the corner. As well, come and talk to Carmen. She's at the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens, and it is open to all ages now. So you can bring your family in there. We just ask you to be a role model, responsible beverages. Definitely want to see you come back again and again. All right, Brett Waldo out of Edenwald on Mercury Zephyr. All right, run of the 8th mile, I believe, 5:37, 134 miles an hour. But it looks like we're going to shut her down. Brett just went on to the side of the lane. Just want to make sure everything's all right. All right, just checking out the track, make sure everything is okay. All right, final call for pro, third time trial. We're just checking out the VP lane to make sure everything's good. As soon as we get the go-ahead, we'll fire up. Third time trial. All right, still inspecting the track just to make sure everything is okay. And Pro, you guys should be ready to go, right? By your vehicles. All right, the Zephyr making its way back on the return road. Looks like we're fired up once again. All right, our next pair, Justin Schulhauser out of the burnout box with Tyson Daranoski. Camaro with the truck. And Tyson definitely like to thank RWH Laser, Triumph Construction, Bridges Health, and his support of White Kaylee. And that is Kaylee on the start line, just making sure his door's closed. There we go. Ready to make the run. Well, Tyson out the gates a little too quick. An 040 reaction time 057 for Justin Schulhauser. The Camaro with the good light. 9 through a 938, 142 miles an hour. Tyson with the red eye through at 123 miles an hour at 1078. All right, our next pair. Good to see Lauren Krieger out of Viscount with the Demon. Meterman, Dyna Crane, Pro Riser, Pro Soils as sponsors. Getting the time slip for our friends out of Lloydminster, Alberta, Rob Phillips, 63 Acadian. Well, red eye for Lauren Krieger, no 6-4 reaction time for Rob Phillips. Our friend in Lloydminster, let's take a look. Top end. The Acadian gets through to 976, 137 miles an hour. Lauren Krieger with the red eye got through to 1066, 127 miles an hour. All right, I'll tell you, Sean Isaac got a Saudi with the Firebird. It is a beautiful car. Getting the time slip of Jared McIntosh out of Outlet, the 66 Chevelle, sponsored by K. McIntosh Sons and RWH. Well, red eye for McIntosh, didn't miss it by much. 006. Sean Isaac, good reaction time, 021 with the Pontiac. Through the top end, 889, 150 miles an hour. 141 miles an hour, 965 with the red eye. Jared McIntosh. Well, they had it for sale. I don't know if it's still for sale. Doesn't hurt to ask. Mason Boschman, the Mullet Mafia out of Martinsville. Limitless Auto Boutique, Martinsville Collision, SCS Contracting, Team Boss Blue. His sponsors getting the time slip with Ken Daly, the White Dart out of Regina. Well, the Lodge Daily Red Eye 034 reacts time for Mason Boschman. They are side by side. Mason Boschman 034 reacts time through to 972. Red Eye for Ken Daly through to 1018. Once again, we got 50-50s going on out there. And the souvenir shop will be open about 3:30. There is some items still left. So go on and talk to Brenda. 50-50 ticket sales there as well. All right, Sean. All right, Anita Hendren, Perry Fletcher, Mopar with Mopar. Fletcher out of White City with the 64 Belvedere, Bennett's Auto Repair. Getting the time slip, Anita Hendry out of Dundurn. Okay, Tire, Hendry's Motorsports. Thank you, Glenn. And what a launch by Perry Fletcher. Good reaction time, Perry. 003, 084 for Anita Hendry. And top end, it looks like Fletcher will get there first. He does. 1017, 1061 for Anita Hendry. Licensors, anytime we need you. Licensing, come up to 1 and 2. Licensing, anytime, 1 and 2. First call for Super Pro, first call for Super Pro. All right, our next pair out of Southern Saskatchewan, out of Regina. Jake Fiesel with the Camaro. Oh, Red Eye, 044 red light. Heather Bennett, boy, reaction time, she's got her today. 018 out of White City with the Mustang. So Heather Bennett gets through to 1099, 121 miles an hour. Jake Fiesel with the Red Eye. 1028, 129 miles an hour. Well, Mopar with Mopar, Rashina Grabowski. Power lifter out of Warman, second generation Grabowski Racing, 76 Duster. She'll get the time slip with Floyd Scribner. That's right, the Pink Panther Cuda out of Saskatoon. Karika Downhole Services, his sponsor. Well, Rashina Grabowski got the reaction time at 036. Floyd Scribner doing a little bit of steering on the starting line. And the Pink Panther Cuda through to 975, 1028 for Rashina Grabowski. Super Pro, let's go. Second call, Super Pro. All right, first generation Grabowski. That is Dwight out of Martinsville with the Duster. Getting the time slip of Plum Crazy. Glenn Hendry out of Dundurn. Yes, Mopar with Mopar. Glenn Hendry, 006, a 134 reaction time for Grabowski. But Plum Crazy, Glenn Hendry on his game at 1039 through the top end. 1186 for our friend Dwight Grabowski. Super Pro, we need you in 5 and 6. Let's go, Super Pro. Well, looks like Walter Furnetz will be on the line first with the supercharged Corvette, getting the time slip with Lindahl Concrete Supply. That's right, the Bad Influence Challenger of Ryan Doherty. We'd like to thank Lindahl Concrete Supply and Brad Prokopiew. They had some cement. They made some pads along the track here. Thank you guys for your efforts. Keeps the gravel off the track. Well, Doherty with a red eye, 003 red light, 067 Furnetz. But the Lindo Concrete Supply Challenger through to 10:05, 10:70 for Walter Frenetz. Super Pro, let's go, Super Pro. Well, Dale Weist, Olds Cool Racing. That's right, Oldsmobile Racing. Good to see he's running all Oldsmobile in this car. Getting the time slip with Mike Alexander out of Regina, the Mopar Belvedere. Watch the starting line. Conditions are good. These guys are wheel standing here today. Well, Dale Weiss with a red eye. Mike Alexander on his game in 004. In top bend, the Belvedere gets through to 10:04. Dale Weiss with the red eye through to 10:32. Final call for Super Pro. Final call for Super Pro. All right, Camaro versus Mustang, old versus new. All right, the 82 Camaro out of Outlook. We know Jansen Atten. Congratulations last weekend, Jansen. Getting the time slip with Martin and Laureen Morchuk out of Regina. The 68 Mustang ABS competition. Bennett Auto Supply. Well, Martin Marchuk with the wheel stand. Unfortunately, red eye. Jansen Atten. How about an 0013? Good run for Atten. Top bend through to 10:49. Marchuk with the red eye got through to 12:65. So Martin Marchuk at top bend pulling over to the track. Just going to send our top end crew to see if what's going on. All right, Martin still pulled over, just checking out the top end to make sure he is okay. No concerns. All right, just giving Martin a hand here as soon as we got him cleared at the top bend. We will resume with our third time trial here. Once again, thank you, racers and crews. Everything working pretty good here today, knock on wood. And hopefully for the whole rest of the weekend here, the forecast looks really good, but we know how that works here sometimes. So once again, Souvenir Shop's going to be open about 3:30. Talking to Brenda Goebel earlier. Yes, she sold a ton of stuff. Still some things left, so make your way down to the Souvenir Shop. We're going to run 50/50s for a while. Once again, Fridays, we don't know if it got claimed just yet. It was posted on Facebook. Saturday's $2,500 50/50 did get claimed. One of the crews from BC claimed that one, so good job, guys. And thank you for helping us with the 50/50s. We couldn't do the improvements we need to do here without that, so thank you for supporting that. So once again, 50/50s, you don't have to be here to win it. If no one claims the prize, we will post it on our Facebook site. And if you got the winning ticket, all you got to do is say you got it. We'll make the arrangements. So once again, the 50-50 has all been claimed up until last Friday's race. And that one's still pending. So if we hear anything, we'll let you know. And I think that was about $1,100 if I don't remember, if I remember properly. It was been a very busy week. We went back to Bamboo Shoots. If you're Max Local on Demand, that feature race is going to be broadcasted here shortly. And man, oh man, it was great to see everything going through the feature again. What a feature. And I'll tell you, that one's going to be hard to top. Even though next year's 60 years, this year's feature was a great feature here. Lots of cars, 70 cars alone in pro. So once again, thank you for making the Southwind Shootout another spectacular event here at SIR. We did watch Mike Gonziola break the Pro Mods track record. And I'll tell you, with the 60th next year, Wade Schuster was in the shop. I tell you what, the Vogt brothers were here. So you don't know what's going to happen next year. All right, looks like we got the top end cleared. Racers, you guys should be by your cars ready to go. Final call for Super Pro. Final call for Super Pro. All right, our next pair out of the burnout box, Kim G out of Outcast Racing, Kim Gallagher. Racing for Gary Walder this year. ABS Competition, RWH, Superior Diesel, her sponsors. Getting the time slip with the old school. That's right, Floyd Chappell out of Grandora. Whoa, Chappell with the launch, but with the red eye. 022 red eye, 049 for Kim Gallagher. But old school gets out at the top of the quarter mile, 928. 1109 for Kim Gallagher. I like this Mustang, says Stoughton, Saskatchewan. What a clean car. John Martin getting the time slip with Braden Haru out of Saskatoon, the Cutlass 442. And congratulations, Braden. You had a great weekend last weekend. Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports, Scott, Glenn, Uremko, and Mom and Daddy like to thank. Well, John Martin with a red eye, but not by much. An 025 red light, 028 for Haru. Haru with top end gets through, 945, 143 miles an hour, 1041 the time for John Martin, through to 1041. All right, Brandon Bennett looks like he'll have a single pass this round. White City Mustang. That's right, just outside of Regina. First call for testers 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. All right, Brandon Bennett on his game, an 011 reaction time. That's 1/100th of a second. He gets through the quarter mile, 907, 147 miles an hour. Well, I'll tell you, the points race last year between these two racers. Now they're just getting time slips, but I'll tell you, it's going to be a tight race once again in Super Pro and Sportsman, all the classes, Mike. But these guys, these come to familiar. That's right, Bob Fiesel having a great year. Pasqua Lake with that dragster. Echo Electric Advanced Electrical Agency is sponsor. Schulte Industries, Stein Electric, Kim and Lorianne Bernard sponsors on that 84 Camaro. And it's a red eye for Kim, but I'll tell you, Bob, 004 reaction time. Dragster's on his game here in 880 through the top bend. Red eye for Kim Bernard, 030. Gets through to 880 as well. Well, I thought we had a new dragster here this weekend, but no. We've got Crush It. It is Richard and Joan Skopic's new wrap. New paint, I don't know, but either way, I like it. Provincial Vodka, Sewer Pole, and Mechanical, their sponsors. Getting the time slip with Dick and Arlene Harder. Arlene behind the wheel of the Gouda. Well, Arlene Hart, she ain't gonna like this light. 0012 red eye, 018 for Skopic. Skopic's on his game in 806 through the top bend with the red eye, but missed it by 1/100 or 1/1000 of a second. Arlene Harder with the red eye. All right, our next pair out of the burnout box. Watch the starting line. Mr. Bedford's going to get a wonderful picture. Joe Bergen, what a wheel stand on that 77 Roadrunner. He's out of Newen Lodge. He's getting the time slip with Taryn McBain out of Saskatoon, Sunbeam Alpine, Snooker Shack, Napa, McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Haga Mechanical, their sponsors. Whoa, what a launch. Double red lights, Joe Bergen, almost a perfect light. Let's take a look at the top end. Bergen gets through at 10:45, 9:35 for Taryn McBain. So 1/1000 red eye, 1/100th red light. Wow. Second call testers, 1 and 2. Licensers, you guys come up whenever you're ready. Licensers, you guys come up when you're ready. All right, Bantam altered with the dragster. That is Jamie Fiesel with the Bantam altered out of Pasqua Lake. Buyer's Choice Home Inspection and Vote Auto, his sponsors. Getting the time slip at Travis McBain out of Saskatoon with the dragster. Snooker Shack, Napa, McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Haga Mechanical, his sponsors. Well, good start for both racers. 024 for McBain, 039 for Fiesel. And his dragster, 776, 171 miles an hour. Fiesel's through at 846, 151 miles an hour. All right, our next pair, Jack Appleby approaching the starting line. Jack and Shannon Appleby, 72 Dart out of Emerald Park. Getting the time slip with Scott and Glenn Urepko. Scott behind the wheel, Glenn the owner of the car. Link Rental, Studio One, RWH Motorsports, BBJ 5-Star Laser Auto Body and ABS Competition. Their sponsors. Well, Appleby with a red eye, 1/100th of a second. Urepko, well, reaction time of 107. Not normally what he does. He gets through the top end at 8:10, 9:23 with the red eye for Appleby. First call for Sportsman. First call for Sportsman. Testers 1 and 2. Third call testers. Pro ladders have been posted. Thank you, Cheryl. You remembered. Put down that stapler, Cheryl. Please put down that. Ow, 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 ow! Cheryl, stop that. Yes, the pro ladders have been posted. All right, Richie Harder at RWH Motorsports Dragster up with Taylor Fiesel to Regina. Rich Harder, Sportsman, Northern Blacktop, Laser Auto Body, Triumph Construction. Taylor Fiesel, Vote Auto and Buyer's Choice Home Inspections. And wow, we got a drag race here. 011 for Rich Harder, 013 for Taylor Fiesel, top end. Rich Harder through to 770, 173 miles an hour. 801 for Taylor Fiesel, 165 miles an hour. Second call for Sportsman, second call for Sportsman. All right, our next pair, it's Smiling Leroy Schmidt. Got to thank Leroy. He volunteers our street legal racing. Sponsored by PBR Auction, Kelly Solheim. And he's always smiling. Never seen him have a bad day at the track, even though things go south. He's a good guy, good sportsmanship. Leroy Schmidt up with Kelly Morrison out of Saskatoon. It's the farm truck. And wow, watch the starting line. I think Rich Bedford's going to get a couple nice pictures here. That Kelly Morrison with the farm truck. Watch the wheel stand. What a launch! Double red eyes. And top end, double red lights. Leroy Schmidt through 923, 943 for Kelly Morrison. Sportsman 5 and 6, Sportsman 5 and 6. Testers 1 and 2, final call, final call. Testers 1 and 2. And yes. Pro ladders have been posted, racers. Make sure you check the information. Make sure it's correct. If not, let us know ASAP. Pro ladders have been posted. All right, good to see the Rat Killer out of Regina back. Mike Bars getting the time slip at Fred Schwab with the MC Hornet. Technically, is this Mopar with Mopar? It is. Fred Schwab sponsored by RWH Motorsports. Now, Mike Bars, fortunately, well, double red eyes. Schwab an 002 red light, 025. But the Rat Killer duster through in 916. 1047 for Freddie Schwab. All right, Barney's on the line first. We know Jason Howdle and his family. He's got the purple Charger out of Lloydminster, Alberta. I'd like to thank his wife, his kids, his grandson, his mom and sister are from Arizona. The SIR staff and the Lord above. We want to thank the Lord above as well, Jason. Looks like a great weekend for racing here. Jason getting the time slip with Tyson Daranoski. Tyson and Kaylee Daranoski out of Castle Rio. Well, red eye for Tyson, 076 reaction time for Jason Howdle. Side by side, Howdle gets through to 1021, 1076 for our friend Tyson. All right, final call for Sportsman. Final call for Sportsman. Licensors, you guys come up whenever you're ready. Licensing, come up when you're ready. All right, looks like it's going to be Keith Desjardins running the Malibu. He is licensed and ready. Or is this a licensing pass? Another licensing pass. Okay, here we go. And he's doing a good job. He definitely's got this car under control. Keith Desjardins. Look at that reaction time. Keith, an 003. And through the quarter mile, full throttle. How about a 945? 140 miles an hour. All right, Scott McKinnon out of Southie with that 82 Mustang. Mike Gross out of Regina with the 2000 Mustang. I love it. Street cars with parachutes? Love it. Well, Scott McKinnon out the gates a little sooner. Yeah, got to work on the reaction times. These guys are testing. We're going to go through the 8th mile. That's right. It's 5:49, 127 miles an hour for Scott McKinnon. It is 8:18. Oh, no, 6:30. 118 miles on the 8th for Mike Gross. All right, the Flying Flamin out of Regina, and he's got a couple numbers in his head. Looking at the flag, we got a bit of a wind. It is a bit of a headwind, but going in the right direction. He definitely wants to break the 7-second mark. He wants to break 200 miles an hour. He has done it before. Let's see if the conditions are good for him today. All right, Junior Street, 3 and 4. That's the co-pilot class. Junior Street, 3 and 4, co-pilot class. Oh, looks like a good pass. And he backs her off at the top end. He still gets through. 738, 138 miles an hour. So he's obviously testing for something on that. Junior Street, co-pilot class, 3 and 4. All right, the Corvette. No, that's not Colin G. I know that for a fact, but boy, oh boy, what a nice Corvette. Doing some testing here. Up with Sean and Cheryl LaShawn by the Pilot Butte. That's right, they are our suppliers of our merchandise in our souvenir shop. And Sean LaShawn, good reaction time, an 048 top end. Slayer through, got through at 932, 144 miles an hour. Corvette's time, 11:27, 92 miles an hour. All right, I think you guys are all there, but we're going to phone one more time. Final call for the co-pilot class. Junior Street Legal 3 and 4. Final call for Junior Street Legal 3 and 4. And Sportsman, you guys should be there. And it looks like just kind of fixing up the VP lane here at the starting line. All right, another licensing pass. This twin-turbo Beretta. Brad Prokopiew, watch this car. He's come a long way with it. .504 reaction time, but he gets through the top end of 758, 179 miles an hour. Oh boy, what a nice car to put in the stable here at SIR. Good job, Brad Prokopiew out of Noon Lodge. All right, Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. Once again, racers, check it out. Make sure the information is correct. Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. You know where they are? That's right, the Tech Shack. Go take a look. Find your partner. All right, Scott Kioski out of Regina, 2002 Mustang. Love this Mustang. Up with Steve Gauber out of Regina, 2016 Challenger. Well, Scott's still working on the starting line, definitely, but I'll tell you what, that Mustang's wound up, ready to go. Oh, ho! Hey, Steve Gauber, keeping her straight. Steve Gauber with Scott Kioski. Kioski through to 967, 105 miles an hour. And the new ride, 67 Camaro, Mark Adams out of Craven, Saskatchewan. I like this car. Well, Mark Adams out the gates a little too quick, but he's just testing. He wants to see what the quarter mile is. Wants to see what the different marks are going to be at the different levels footage. Camaro through at the top end at 993 at 133 miles an hour. Once again, Pro and Super Pro, the ladders have been posted. Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. Check the info. Let's make sure it's correct. If not, please let us know. We'll fix it. But the Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. Well, he's on the line first. Buck Wild. I thought he was Chad Hot Wheels Novak. Man, this guy's got a lot of monikers. He's out of Kenora, Saskatchewan. Convertible 2000 Mustang getting the time slip with the Super Coupe Evan Stephenson from Saskatoon. Well, Evan is on his game in 007. Chad Novak, not a bad 035 reaction time. But the Super Coupe gets the top end first, 1208. Convertible Mustang through to 1431. All right, our next pair is Owen Desjardins going on the starting line first out of Regina with the 76 Vega. Pro Reefer Mobile Truck, Dyna Crane, Meterman Incorporated, and Deck Brothers Performance. Getting the time slip with Hendry's Motorsports. That's Matt Hendry. If he's not driving this Dodge truck, he's running a two-wheel motorcycle. I like both vehicles he runs. Hendry got through axe time in 0.23, but Owen Desjardins mid-track pulling away. And through the top end, the Vega crossed the line first, the 12.09. Matt Hendry threw it to 18.14. All right, Darren Shimko off the line. He's got the Reed Automotive, the 78 Nova. I'd like to thank the Boschman's Mullet Mafia. He's going to get the time slip with Garrett Gerwing out of Saskatoon. First call, Junior Dragster, street legal. First call, Junior Dragster, street legal. Stage and lanes. Well, Garrett, you got the reaction time on this round in 0.07 to a 162. But Shimko whipped the Nova across the line first, the 12.35. 13.06 for our friend Garrett Gerwing. Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. Check the info. Let us know if it's not correct. All right, Jay Steele out of Saskatoon, Superior Diesel Blazer. RWH Motorsports and Mr. Transmission, his sponsors. Getting the time slip with our friends out of Regina, Manajasic Flamin. Running the Pontiac 1990 GTA. Well, this one is a red-eye double time. But both racers will still get the quarter-mile slip. Just qualifying, they may not get the by runner lane choice, but top end. Manajasic Flamin with the red eye, 11.73, 13.85 for Jay Steele with the red eye. Well, Mopar with Mopar on the line first is the yellow duster out of Dundurn, Chantel Hendry. She's having a fantastic year. OK Tire, Hendry's Motorsports are sponsors. Getting the time slip at Eric Humphrey out of Saskatoon, the D200 Dodge truck. Junior Dragster 1 and 2, Street Legal 5 and 6, second call. Well, reaction times 0.87, 0.83. This is at the top end. They're side by side. And looks like Chantel Hendry will get there first, the 12.62. 12.84, the number for Eric Humphreys. All right, it's going to be a single pass for our friend out of Regina, Chris Langdon. I'd like to thank Mary, 74 Duster. And Chris has raced here at SIR for a number of years. And Langdon's got the reaction time in 0.59 down the track. And the Duster will shut off the clocks, the quarter mile, 11.63, 113 miles an hour. All right, Street Legal 5 and 6, Street Legal 5 and 6, Junior Dragster 1 and 2. And that will complete our third round of time trials here. Once again, Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. Make sure the information is correct. If not, let us know. But Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. Well, on Facebook, I got to say, Rich Bedford, Ashley Woodvine Photography, you guys did a fantastic job. Each photographer catching the action at the feature race. And check them out on Facebook. If you like a favorite ride, please contact these guys. That's what they do. They sell pictures of your favorite rides. So once again, thank you, Rich Bedford and Ashley Woodvine. All right, Darian Isaac got a Selby. And I believe this is another licensing pass for Darian. Once again, we'll welcome our friends out of Selby. Boy, they got a good cheering section here. 987, 70 miles an hour. Street Legal 5 and 6, Street Legal 5 and 6, Junior Dragster 1 and 2, Junior Dragster 1 and 2. And it's Dominic Isaac out of Selby getting his license. All right, Dominic Isaac making the 8th mile pass. 400 reaction time. Gets through the 8th mile at 10:66. 69 miles an hour, leaving that carbon footprint. And we just got a couple more classes to conclude, and it'll be the 3rd time trial. So, Street Legal and Junior Dragster. Street Legal and Junior Dragster. Final calls. All right, we're back to 8th mile. This is what we call the co-pilot class. You got to be 13 years and older. Yes, there's a ton of paperwork, but once you have that all figured out, you've got a guardian, you need a truck or a vehicle to race, right? But it's a family ride. You run half track. You have some fun with your kids. You get to spend time with your kids. I know sometimes it's hard to get them one-on-one, but I mean, this would be a great way. I know Kaiden Farr and Kurt Jackson are having fun. Kurt used to race out here. And Kaiden Farr got through with the 10:38. Good reaction time, Kaiden 0:17. Unfortunately, Sully with the red eye, he got through 8:94 with the square box Chevy. And the ladies are getting the time slips once again. Marley Breeze out of Prince Albert. Maya Jacques out of Regina. And boy, oh boy, clean start at the line. Look at these reaction times. 054, 043. These young ladies, they're drag racing. Top of the 8th, it is Marty Breeze through for a 9:16. 11:48, but both ladies, good reaction times at the Christmas tree. All right, so we just got to wait for our co-pilot class to make their way back from the top end. And we got the Battle of Red. The red convertible of Chad Novak out of Kenora with the red Corvette, Walter Furnetz. All right, final call. We got our juniors there. Street Legal, I know guys are running a couple different classes. Final call for Street Legal. Well, I'll tell you what. 014 for Walter Fournette's 143 for Chad Novak. Corvette through the quarter mile. Walter Fournette's 1079. 1491 for our friend with the Mustang. Well, I'd say she's addicted to speed. That's right, Carrie Reap out of Saskatoon. 2014 Mustang, and I'll tell you, we've been chatting. She's smiling. She's having a good time doing it. So welcome to the asylum here, lady. Carrie Reap getting a time slip with Evan Stephenson, both out of Saskatoon. Well, Evan got the reaction time, 065 to a 185. Mid-track, Super Coupe pulling through, Evan through. 1203, Carrie Reap, 1482, 93 miles an hour. And it'll be the Battle of Mopar trucks this next round. Time slips going to Dave Leverton. He's got the Core Rock Construction Dodge Ram. He's got the red truck in the VP lane. Get the time slip with Matt Hendry. We know that name. He's run motorcycles. He's run this truck. Hey, on his birthday, he got to run Mum's Barracuda. Or is that just a CUDA? I know you guys are going to straighten me out on that. I know there's a certain year they were CUDAs and then they were Barracudas. Having fun with everyone, eh, right? All right, David Leverton out the gates in 042. Will cross the quarter mile first. And the Core Rock Construction truck through in a 1382. Matt Hendry, 080, got through to 1808 for the Dodge truck. Once again, Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. All the remaining ladders will be posted after we're finished this time trial. All right, staging lanes are closed. Staging lanes are closed. Well, what the heck is going on? We got Bucky Lalonde up against Spudnik. I thought it was Spud Nuts. Either way, we got Audi versus Audi. And the one Audi says, my broom, Charletta. Charlita, is that yours? Did Scott borrow your vehicle and he didn't tell you? Well, Spud Nuts with the red eye. Bucky Lalonde, a 175 reaction time. They're side by side. That's fun grudge racing, right? And it is Bucky Lalonde, 1384, 1334. And a few more cars to run, and we're just about there. All right, Nate Gross, this guy can cut a light. I tell you, I've been watching him last weekend, this week as well. Nate Gross out of Southie with that Ram truck. Getting the time slip at Shane Groff out of Dundurn. Fixed Income Garage. Like to thank the SIR crew. Like to thank Sully Elizabeth and his wife Megan, friends and family. Well, I think I jinxed Nate because he was getting good reaction times on that. Unfortunately, this round, he got the red eye, a 151 reaction time for our friend Shane. And the square box Chevy's going to get there first, a 1352. 1520 for the Dodge Ram truck. Well, you know what? Just when you think you've seen everything, I love what came out of Southie this week. And Sean Isaac, well, 1 of 25, Richard Petty's Superbird. What a beautiful car. Thank you for sharing that car with us, riding it down the track. And Sean Isaac going down the track. And top of the quarter mile, Sean Isaac stops the clocks at 13:06. 107 miles an hour. You got to thank him. Last weekend, he was driving a Viper. I'll tell you what, you get so many different examples of different rides here. And I'll tell you, they definitely have a lot of different Mopars, that's for sure. Is this Spud Nuts or Spud Nuck? I don't know. Spud Nuts, come on, let's go. The exhibition was just last week. Okay, I believe all we got to do is run our junior dragsters. And that concludes our third round here. Thank you, racers and crews. Boy, that went pretty smooth. Knock on wood. Hopefully the rest of the weekend goes that way. Safe racing, safe travels to everybody that has come this weekend. All right, 3 junior dragsters, and then we are done. Our third time trial. Once again, Pro and Super Pro have been posted. All remaining ladders will be posted. And there will be a driver's meeting. Well, we've got to thank Kubota. Yes, they helped us out with that Kubota side-by-side. And that helps us out here at the track. So thank you, Saskatoon Kubota. Well, we got ladies coming up for the time slips this round. And she is on the line first. Victoria Desjardins, she calls her junior dragster Zoe. And that is Lightning Leia Jacek Flamin out of Regina. And we got mums, we got grandpas, we got everybody involved. This beautiful family racing here at SIR. All right, clean start at the line. Leia Jacek Flamin got the reaction time in 0.22 on 1:39 for Victoria. And it looks like Leia will get through the 8th mile first. She does at 12:31 at 41 miles an hour. Victoria through it at 13:93 at 43 miles an hour. All right, he calls himself Turbo Thomas Jacek Flamin. That is Russ Flamin, his dad, at the starting line, guiding Thomas on the starting line. And Thomas is off a 2:66 reaction time. And down the 8th mile, the VP fuel lane. And Thomas stops the clocks, runs 11:99 to 52 miles an hour. And that concludes our third time trial. So once again, racers, Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. All the remaining ladders will be posted. Please check the information, make sure it is correct. Drivers meeting in 10 minutes, drivers meeting. And that is at the tech booth. You guys know. Top Man truck will be there. Drivers meeting in about 10 minutes. So right now, good time to make your way around. Grab something to eat. That's right. We got Hector's Grub Hub April and Brad ends once again. You guys were busy last weekend and busy this weekend again with another race here at SIR. They got their location at Martinsville Rink got going here. Yes, hockey is starting here soon. So boy, oh boy, busy people. But thank you to the Ends family providing concessions again for us this year. And boy, if you want ice cream, the best way to do it is go to them, right? Because you scream, I scream, the police come, it gets very uncomfortable. So just go to Hector's Grubhub and grab some ice cream, right? I drive bus. I got a what do they call that? A background check done to me, a criminal background check. So I just changed my name for that one, but we're okay, right? Witness protection program. They don't need to know who I am, right? Well, if you want a different soda pop, you're definitely going to come talk to Carmen. She's running the Mackenzie Auto Great Western Beer Gardens. And once again, they were busy last week. And once again, Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens, it is all age friendly, so you don't have to segregate. All we ask is be a good role model. Be responsible. You have your own family. You have other families out there. We definitely want to see you guys again and again. So we're just calling this a friendly kind of, reminder, right? All right, fixing up this track here. So drivers meeting in about 7 minutes. And I'll tell you, she likes to smile and wave, Victoria. So you got to wave back at her. She's a very good drag racer. Good job, Victoria. Well, get up, folks. Move around. Take a look in the pits. Got a lot of cars on display. They're not going to be there in about 6 minutes. Drivers meeting in about 6 minutes. But tell you what, they're not too busy. They will talk to you. They're going to go to a driver's meeting. Then we're going to get into the elimination rounds. As we get into the elimination rounds, we'll explain how drag racing works. Some of you are familiar with it. Maybe you forgot a few things. I know as an announcer, I forget a bunch of things. So we're definitely going to go over it. We want to explain how the sport works because sometimes you scratch your head and say, how did that happen, right? So we're going to explain it. And sometimes it'll make sense, sometimes not. I had a few concepts here I had to take a while to figure out. But here we go. We've got our beautiful young kids. That's right, Amanda and Jessica Flamin with Russ and the kids. Or did Leah get a ride with Victoria? I think she got a ride. But there we go. Turbo Thomas, good job, buddy. I can't believe I got the keys for the Superbird. Okay, Sean, take a look that way, and I'm going to go over that way. No.
Okay, no, that's fine. You want to take
Very,
Let's go.
no.
Let's go.
All right, you got a few more minutes. Drivers meeting in a few minutes. All right, he's got it on display here. I was just talking to Sean Isaac about this Richard Petty Superbird, and I'll tell you what, I can't wait. Street legal, I might be coming out for a ride, and I want to ride in that car so bad. Look at that car. It's beautiful. So we kind of chatted, and he got it through an auction because I'm like, okay, 1 of 25. Man, oh man, you had to be in a line. But the story behind it, we're going to keep divulging a bit of it as we keep talking about it. But if you have a chance, take a look at this Superbird. It is a beautiful ride. Well, drivers meeting, guys. We should get you there in a couple minutes here. Drivers meeting. Quicker we get into elimination round. So drivers meeting in a couple minutes. Let's go. So once again, Carmen's going to look after you at the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens. Once again, all age friendly. We just ask you to be a role model and be responsible. We want to see you come back. As well, Brad and April Ends, they're running the Hector's Grub Hub. That's right, the concession operators. What a heck of a year we had with these guys. They've been busy. We've been busy. Good job, guys. And they're getting underway. Yes, they run the concession at the Martinsville rink. So they have got a lot of things going on right now. Hockey season just upon us. Drag racing coming to a conclusion. So lots of things going on. So once again, and as well, when we get bored and stuff, get up, folks. Walk around. Talk to these guys about their vehicles. They love to talk about it. All right, drivers meeting in a minute. Drivers meeting in a minute. All right, drivers meeting right now, guys. You should be there. Drivers meeting right now. All right, drivers meeting right now, guys. Racers and crews, you should be there. Drivers meeting right now. All right, Pro, you know what to do. All staff going to make their way back to their positions, but Pro, find your partner. Let's go. 5 and 6. Let's go. First call. All right, Pro, let's go. Second call, 5 and 6. Find your partner and let's go. Pro, let's go. Find your partner and let's go. All right, Pro, 5 and 6 is open. Let's go. Find your partner and let's go. Pro, let's go. Find your partner and let's go. Russ Flamin, we need you to the stage on that. Russ Flamin to the tower. Russ Flamin to the tower. Okay. Pro, we need you on stage and find your partner and let go. Pro. Find your partners and let's go. Russ Flamin, we need you to the tower. All right, Pro, let's go. Find your partner and let's go. Pro, let's go. And Russ Flamin, we need you in the tower. Russ, we need you in the tower. go. Pro, let's find your part and let's go. Pro, let's go. Everybody safe racing. And we'll talk to you after the elimination rounds. All right, we're going to do some testing here to start the round off first. Scott McKinnon out of Southern Saskatchewan with the Mustang. Mike Gross out of Regina with the Mustang. I think it's a Mustang that's going to get to the top end first. I feel like a weatherman. I can't be wrong on that one. All right, let's see which Mustang. Wow, Scotty McKinnon just lighting him up at the starting line. But once again, all that action, no traction, you ain't going anywhere. Mike Gross gets to the top end. 877, 139 miles an hour. Scott McKinnon got out of it wisely, yes. He got out of the groove and he was just spinning his tires. All right, I do believe this is the first round eliminations in the Queen City Performance Pro class. Once again, we got to thank our friends out of Regina sponsoring this class. The biggest class at SIR. And we're doing qualifying rounds earlier. Well, Perry Fletcher looks like he got a bye run, or maybe his competitor broke, but that's what's happening with qualifying. You may get lane choice, might get the bye run. And right now, Perry Fletcher out of White City is going to check that 1017 number down the quarter mile. He's sponsored by Bennett's Auto Repair. Well, he redlit. It doesn't matter. Perry Fletcher going to keep going. And 1017's the number. Well, 1085. So that hiccup on the starting line might have screwed it up. But either way, Perry Fletcher in the next round of eliminations. All right, our next pair, Jared McIntosh out of Outlook, 66 Chevelle, K. McIntosh and Sons. RWH Motorsports is sponsors. 966 will have to wait a bit as Mason Boschman, a 972. Not even a 1/10 of a second. Watch the Christmas tree, folks. This is pretty well a heads-up race here. Mason Boschman sponsored by Limitless Auto Boutique, Martinsville Collision, SCS Contracting, and Team Boss Blue. They had this car for sale at the feature. Maybe they changed their mind. I don't know. Or maybe it's for sale. Everything's still for sale, aren't they? Isn't it? For the right price? Oh boy, Mason, you ain't gonna like your time slip. 0006 Red Eye, 058 for Jared McIntosh. And McIntosh breaks out around a 963 and a 966. I think Jared McIntosh may want to change that number in the next round. And right now, got to make sure you guys got the right dial-ins in the system. All right, Ken Daly, 1018, 1034 for Dale East, both racers out of Regina. Final call for pro, final call for pro. Well, clean start at the line. And top end, it is Dale Weiss with the win. 1037 on a 1034. Ken Daly at 1020 on a 1018, but unfortunately it came down to reaction times. 001 for Dale Weiss, 06. 5/100ths of a second. You don't think that made a difference? It did that round. All right, our next pair, Sean Isaac out of Southern Saskatchewan, 901 on that Pontiac. He'll have to wait. Dwight Grzyzbowski will get the head start, 1178. So boy, oh boy, almost a 3-second head start. Oh boy, Sean out the gates a little too quick with the red eye. So this one's over at the starting line. This is Dwight Grzyzbowski. 1178 goes through at 1184. Our next pair, I love this Camaro. Justin Schulhauser out of Saskatoon, dialed in at a 940. He'll have to wait as our friend from Regina, Mike Alexander, at 1005 will get the head start. 64 Belvedere. So we're looking at maybe just about a half a second difference on these cars. Watch the Christmas tree. And you know what? Next round, we're going to explain what we're doing here at SIR. How we drag race, handicap bracket racing, we call it. What a launch, but it looks like you got a little bit of fuel coming out of Mike Alexander's car. Double red eye, Justin Schulhauser with the Camaro. Left last, he takes the win, top end. 942, I think you got the right number, Justin. Mike Alexander would have broke out as well, a 1003 on a 1005. First call for Super Pro, first call for Super Pro. Find your partner and let's go. 5 and 6. All right, Plum Crazy. Glenn Henry, Plum Crazy, 1041, 1069 for Walter Fruit Loop for Nets. And this one's over at the line, unfortunately. Plum Crazy with the red eye. Good right for Nets, an 003. 1070 on a 1069. Walter Fournette, you are on. Second call, Super Pro. Super Pro, find your partner and let's go. Jeff Semenuk, you can hear me? I know that speaker's pointed away from you. Jeff? Nope. All right. It is Kaylee and Tyson Daronofsky's 99S10. Tyson behind the wheel. Big thank you to RWH, Laser, Triumph Construction, Bridges Health, and Kaylee, his wife. Going up against Heather Bennett. 11:00 for the Mustang, 10:77 for Tyson, and it was a clean start at the line. Top end, it is Heather Bennett. 11:01 on 11:00. Mrs. Bennett, you're in the next round. Well, he's on the line first. 10:05 dialed in on the Lindahl Concrete Supply. Bad Influence 72 Challenger. Ryan Doherty. He's up. I like this Mustang out of Stoughton. John Martin. 10:48. So Martin will get the head start with the red Mustang. And clean start at the line. Side by side, top end. It is John Martin with the win. Both cars run the dial-ins. Came down to reaction times. 0.35 for Doherty. 0.27 for Martin. Yeah, it was at the Christmas tree. Okay, this round we're going to explain it. If you're new to drag racing, wondering what we did. We did 3 time trials earlier today. The best reaction time, that is the reaction time with the Christmas tree on the starting line. You get lane choice, you may get the bye run. But best qualifiers, there's some things to be had. Both cars right now going to go on the lines. The pre-stage and stage bulbs are met. So Anita Hendry's 10:62, 11:07 for Kim Gallagher. So Kim Gallagher would have left a little bit later. And now it is all to the track. And the idea is both cars will go through the top end same time. And Kim Gallagher takes the win. Super Pro, find your partner and let's go. Super Pro, let's go. Well, Jake Fiesel is approaching the starting line first. He's out of Regina. Advanced Electrical, Stat Pro Lighting, and Electrotech. 10:28 dialed in. He'll get the head start as the old school out of Grandora. Floyd Chapel, 68 Dart. 9:32. He'll have to wait. Well, double red lights. Jake Fiesel takes this win. And let's take a look. 10:28 goes through it at 10:26. Chapel 9:31 and a 9:32. Both cars would have broke out. Jake Fiesel, you're in the next round. In. All right, our next pair in the Queen City Performance Pro class. That is Jansen Atten approaching the line at 10:50 on the Camaro out of Outlook. Up with Rashina Grzybowski, second generation racing out of here, Warman. 10:29 dialed in on the Duster. So Jansen Atten with the Camaro will get a head start. You're looking at about 0.2 of a second here. So how long is 0.2 of a second? Watch the Christmas tree, folks. Pretty well a heads-up race. And there's Brenda, last chance for 50-50. Well, unfortunately, this one's over at the line. Rashina Grzybowski, 009 red eye. Jansen Atten, 078. 1050's the number, Jansen. Right on the number. You got the right ET. Just got to work on the reaction time, Jansen. Well, Lauren Krieger out of Viscount. Lucifer's on the license plate. Meterman Dinah Crane, Pro Riser, Pro Soils, his sponsors. 10:51, he will get the head start. Ryan Appleby in 967 on that beautiful 68 Charger. He's second generation Appleby Racing Precision Machine, BBJ 5-star, Bennett's Auto and ABS competition. And what a launch! And it's a clean start at the line. Super Pro, find your partner and let's go. Top Ben, it is Ryan Appleby with the win. Our next pair on the starting line, Brandon Bennett out of White City, 909 on the Mustang. You'll have to wait as Floyd Scribner will get the head start at 972 on the Pink Panther Cuda. Karika Downhole Services, his sponsor. He's out of Saskatoon now. Well, this one's at the top end of the quarter mile. It is Brandon Bennett, 914 and a 909. 052 reaction time. Scribner, 055 reaction time. 977. Five one-hundredths of a second difference at the top end of the track, folks. He must have just whizzed right by Floyd Scribner on that one. All right, we got friends out of Lloydminster, Alberta here. That's right, Rob Phillips has been racing with us this year at SIR. 976 dialed in, you'll get the head start. Braden Haru, a 946 on the Cutlass 442. Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports, his sponsors. Like to thank Mom and Dad, Scott and Glenn Urepko. And another clean start at the line. And top end, Rob Phillips takes the win as Braden Haru broke out. So that's going to change the point standing this weekend. Super Pro, let's go. Final call for Super Pro. First call for testers, 1 and 2. First call for testers, 1 and 2. All right, Kim and Lorianne Bernard out of Watson, Saskatchewan, the 84 Camaro. Schulte Industries, Stein Electric, 880 dialed in. Well, Kim's got a bye run, so the 880 he wants to see if it's going to take him into the next round. How about an 879 with a 4? I would say, Kim Bernard, you want to shape that number 1/100th of a second. But good run, good reaction time. How about that, a 001? Well, we haven't seen Joe Bergen for a while, but I'll tell you what, watch this Roadrunner. This guy is a wheel stander. He's out of Noon Lodge. Joe Bergen, the 910, he's got the bye run. He's going to make sure that pass is going to get him into the next round. 910 is the number he's looking for. So the next pair, we're going to explain how it works, folks. You got to beat your competitor, but you can't break out. You can't run faster than your elapsed time written on your window. Joe's time is a 910. Well, something there, 933. Something fell off there, no big deal. He's still in the next round. But 910 was the number he was looking for at the top end of the quarter mile. And warming up those rear tires, Jamie Fiesel out of Pasqua Lake, Saskatchewan. 32 Bantam Altered. Buyer's Choice Home Inspection. Vote Auto out of Regina, his sponsors. All right, and that is Scott Uremko behind the wheel. Link Rental, Studio One, RWH Motorsports, BBJ 5-star, Laser Auto Body, ABS Competition, his sponsors. You'll have to wait. 8:11 on the door slammer, 8:46 on the altered. Testers 1 and 2, second call. Testers 1 and 2, second call. Well, side by side, it is Scotty Yarebko, 8:15 on 8:11. Jamie Fiesel, 8:51 on 8:46. What a drag race. Reaction times pretty well close in 0:17 and 0:20. 3/100ths of a second difference. Scotty Yarebko, you're in the next round. And that's Bob Fiesel out of the Burnout Box, Pasqua Lake, Saskatchewan. Echo Electric, Advanced Electrical Agency, his sponsors. $8.79 dialed in on the dragster. He will get the head start. Good to see Mike Bars back out of Regina. The Rat Killer, that's what the plate says. $9.16 dialed in. Testers, third call. Testers, 1 and 2. Testers, 1 and 2. Third call. Well, good start at the line for both racers. Top end. And it is the Rat Killer, Mike Bars, 9:39 on a 9:16. Got the reaction time in 0:03. Bob Fiesel, 8:84 and a 8:79. Reaction time of 1:98. He got treat on that one. Crush It, the new name of the dragster, Richard and Joan Scopic out of Saskatoon. 8:06 dialed in. All right, Richard Scopic going up against the door slammer, Taryn McBain. All right, she's dialed in at 9:35. She'll get the head start. Snooker Shack, Napa, McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, Haga Mechanical, her sponsors. Provincial Vodka and Sewer Polo Mechanical, Scopic sponsors. Jansen Atten, we need you in the tower. Jansen Atten, we need you in the tower. Top band, 9:39 and 9:35. Taryn McBain, you're in the next round, the OK Tire Super Pro class. All right, side-by-side burnouts. We got dragster with dragster. Taylor Fiesel making his way from junior dragster for a number of years. Good training ground out of Regina, now into Super Pro with his own 801. He will get a bit of a head start as Travis McBain, a 776 dialed in. So, oh boy, Taylor Fiesel sponsored by Boat Auto, Buyer's Choice Home Inspections. Travis McBain, Snooker Shack Napa, McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Haga Mechanical. And it is a head start for Taylor Fiesel in the VP fuel lane. Well, it's a clean start at the line. And top end, McBain takes the win. How about a 778 on a 776 as Taylor Fiesel, oh boy, breaks out by 1/100th of a second. 801 got through to 800. Jansen Atten, we need you in the tower. Jansen Atten, we need you in the tower. All right, so Fred Schwab right now dialed in at a 1046. We'll get the head start with his AMC Hornet as it's a 922 on Smiling Leroy Schmidt. PBR Auction, Kelly Solheim, his sponsors. RWH Motorsports, Fred sponsors. The Buick Regal on 922 will have to wait. So Fred Schwab will get the head start. Fred got to beat Leroy, but he can't run faster than 1046. Leroy's got to beat Fred. He can't run faster than 922. If they both do, that's called a breakout. Whoever broke out the least, if it's a double breakout, takes the win. And it is a clean start at the line. And it is Fred Schwab, 1055 out of 1046, dial in. All right, the 50-50 ticket's been drawn, but we're going to announce it after this run here. We got Keith DeJarle, newly licensed, 945. We'll get a bit of a head start. Dinah Crane, Deck Brothers, and Link Trailers, as it's a 921 for our friend Arlene Harder out of Saskatoon. Dick and Arlene Harder running the CUDA for a number of years here. First call for Sportsman, first call for Sportsman, final call for Testers, final call for Testers 1 and 2. And it's a clean start at the line. Arlene Harder with the perfect light, 0004, 922 and a 921. Can't ask for a better run than that, Arlene. Congratulations. All right, our next boat bars are up. We're going to explain how this is going to work again. So Barney, Jason Howell with the purple Charger, 1021. He will get the head start as Jack Appleby's got 920 written on his car. So it's going to be a full second difference between these cars. The Christmas tree will show you what a 1 second difference is. So both cars, they get the top bulbs lit and the bottom, or the second stage. So it's called the pre-stage and stage. Yellow lights once it's ready to go. Sherry hits the button and we want this race to be over at the top end. Both cars, good reaction times. And top end, it is Barney, 1022 and a 1021. How about Jack Appleby, 922 and a 920? Man, oh man, 1/100th of a second on that race. All right, that is the burnout of Richie Harder, RWH Motorsports. Rich sponsored by Northern Blacktop, Laser Auto Body, Triumph Construction going up against Tyson and Kaylee Daranoski's 99S10. Tyson behind the wheel, dialed in at a 1081. He'll get the head start, 771 for Richie Harder. So we've got a 3-second head start here, folks. And yes, if you got your tickets out, the winning number for $667.50, 233-0382. We're going to announce it again. 233-0382. You've just won over $600. Top end. Richie Hard at 778 goes through to 771. Good for the win. Sportsman, we need you in staging. Sportsman, we need you in staging. Ooh, I like this matchup. Both vehicles out of southern Saskatchewan. It is Sean and Cheryl Lasham. That's right. They are Impressions in Thread. They supply our souvenir booth with all our t-shirts and stuff. So Sean Lasham with the Slayer 2 getting up with Scott Kioski out of Regina. These guys are testing new rides for both guys, doing some things, testing them out. So once again, winning 50-50 ticket, 233-0382. And don't despair, you don't have to be here to win it. If you find out you got the winning ticket at home when we post it, you just got to contact us and say you got the winning ticket. Sean LaShawn got through to 932 with the red eye. 969 for our friends with the Mustang. Our next pair, Mark Adams' new ride, 67 Camaro out of Craven, Saskatchewan, up with Todd Nesner out of Cormond Park with that 2001 Corvette. And I'm checking my lucky 50-50 tickets. I missed it by not much. But once again, 50-50 ticket for over $600. 233-0382. Come on up to the tower. You have won $667.50. And top end of the track, Mark Adams through to 985 with a red eye. 1133 for Todd Neisner with the Corvette. Once again, Sportsman, find your partner and let's go. Sportsman, we need you in 5-6. Find your partner and let's go. Well, I checked my 50-50. I missed it by a little bit. The winning ticket is 233-0382. Over $600. Winning ticket, 233-0382. Come on up to the tower. I'll tell you, this is one nasty 89 twin-turbo Beretta. You don't see a lot of Berettas anymore. Brad Prokopiew, boy, new and lodge. And every run, he gets stronger. It looks like he is licensed now. He's just testing, but boy, oh boy, what a fast Beretta. And you hear him, he's revving it up, getting those twin turbos. And straight as an arrow, he's backing up. He figured he's getting off that groove. 849 still strolled through to 109 miles an hour. All right, our next pair, Steve Gabber out of Regina, Rob Tangeman out of Regina. We've got the Mopar Duster. What's a starting line? Well, the Mopar Duster, Mopar Challenger. Did I say Mopar with Mopar? That's the way you want to say it, right? And I'll tell you what, Rob Tangeman in that Tiger Automotive lane. You think you got traction, watch this car. Once again, winning 50-50 ticket, 233-0382. Come on up to the tower. We got a lucky winner. Come on up. All right, looks like Tangeman having some issues half track. Steve Gabber got through to 1079, and you know what? I am very happy to say the 50-50 has been claimed. Brandon Bennett? But me and Heather are going to Mexico, okay? Congratulations to the Bennetts. And like Heather says, easy come, easy go. Entry fees got paid, right? But hey, it helps, right?
You betcha.
Congratulations. All right, congratulations to Heather Bennett. That's right, the 50-50 did get claimed. $667.50. But oh boy, we got some issues here. Scott McKinnon slowing her down. And our friend in the Tiger Automotive Lane got through at 11:24, 126 miles an hour. But if you're wondering, today's 50-50 has been claimed. We are still looking for Friday, as I've known. We did post it on Facebook last week. That one's about $1,100. You may have the winning ticket in your pocket. Take a look. And if you have the right ticket, contact us. We will make the arrangements. And once again, everyone, thank you. The 50-50 making a lot of tremendous improvements here at SIR. We couldn't do it without you. But once again, today's 50-50 has been claimed. Congratulations to the Bennetts, Heather Bennett. All right, our next pair. Matt Henry dialed in at 1814. Hendry's Motorsports. 1210 for the Vega out of Regina. Owen DeJarle. It's going to be a headhunt race right away. Junior Street, we need you in staging lanes. Junior Street, co-pilot class, we need you in staging. And Junior Dragster, we need you in staging. Junior Dragster and Junior Street, we need you in staging. Well, we're calling it a headhunt race. You've got close to 6 seconds difference. Owen DeJarle's got a lot of real estate to catch up. Will he do it? He does not. Matt Henry takes the win. That's got to be hard on the head. Wait 6 seconds before you can go? Wow. Well, Mopar with Mopar. Chris Langdon out of Regina, 1163. Like to thank Mary. 1163 off the way, 1262 for Chantel Henry. About a second difference on these cars. And top end. It is Chris Langdon with the win, 1165 on 1163. 042 reaction time. Chris, you're on your game. Junior Dragster, 1 and 2. Junior Street Legal Co-Pilot, 3 and 4. Junior Street Legal Co-Pilot, 3 and 4. All right, Amanda Joseph Flamin out of Regina, 1170 dialed in on the Pontiac. 1207 for our friend out of Saskatoon, Evan Stephenson. He's got the 78 Super Coupe. 1207, 117, top end. Evan Stephenson takes the win, double breakout. So the person that broke out the least, it's Evan Stephenson taking the win. Well, I did mention earlier the 50-50 ticket has been claimed. We'll announce that a little bit more later today. But yes, 50-50 today has been claimed. Thank you to the Bennetts. Well, the battle of trucks this round, we've got Jay Steele with the Superior Diesel Blazer RWH Motorsports, Mr. Transmission, member of the Outcast Racing Team, 1386. Jace will get the head start as Eric Humphreys at 1284. So we got about a second difference on these trucks. Let's see what a second difference makes at the starting line. Well, red light, good night for Jay Steele. 057 for Eric Humphreys. 1284 dialed in on the truck. He goes through the top end. How about a 1285? Eric Humphreys, you are ready for the next round. Junior Dragsters, we need you in 1 and 2. Junior Dragsters, 1 and 2. All right, Chad Novak out of Kenora, 1435 dialed in. That's a 2-second difference on these cars. As Darren Shimko, Reed Automotive, 78 Nova, dialed in at 1234. Like to thank the Boschman's Mullen Mafia. Yeah, those guys have fun when they come out here racing. That's what we want you to do. Well, clean start at the line. 1435 for a 1234, 2-second difference, top end. And it is Chad Novak, 1447 on a 1435 dial-in. As Darren Shimko broke out, he ran too quick. Junior Dragster, we need you in 1 and 2. Junior Dragster, 1 and 2. All right, Garrett Gerwing out of Saskatoon at 13:00. He's got the single bye run. So that's when qualifying helps. Maybe you get the lane choice, maybe get the bye run, or maybe his competitor broke. Either way, Garrett Gerwing wants to make sure that 13:00 takes him to the next round. I think Mom Stacy's out in the pits. I think I seen her earlier. So Garrett Gerwing through. Oh boy, 13:09 and a 13:00. May want to add to the number. Either way, Garrett, you're in the next round in the Performance Plus Sportsman class. All right, looks like we got about another 20 minutes. Brenda says souvenir shop going to be closing about 3:30. There is stuff left. Not a lot, so get in there, take a look, see what's left. But souvenir shop will be closing about 3:30 in about 20 minutes if you need to grab anything. We did get the 50-50 off. That's right, the Heather Bennett won it. So congratulations to our friends. And back on the starting line, now we're into the Butler Byers Junior Street Legal class. Sullivan Groth, 901, 1034 for Kaiden Farr. Well, unfortunately, Kaiden, it is unfortunate. It's a red eye. We call that red light good night. Sullivan Groff, a 175 rack to time, 901. Ho, but it broke out. So, Sully, you got lucky on that round. Reese, he got lucky on that round. All right, there is Victoria. Just waiting for the Jacek Flamen Junior Dragsters. Need you in stage 1 and 2. Leah and Thomas. Well, newly licensed Dominic Isaac out of Southie, 990 dialed in on that 2500 Ram. 11:45 for the Colorado Maya Jacques. So that's right, Dominic had to wait. And top of the 8th mile, Maya Jacques takes the win, 11:55 and 11:45. So Dominic, hey, first round eliminations. Once again, you're going to get strong with each run, guy. Good job. You got license. Now you can run out here. That is fantastic. That guy looks familiar out there. How you doing, Kelly? All right, Darian Isaac. I think he got licensed as well. 980 dialed in. He'll get the head start as Marty Breeze out of Prince Albert. 910. So just over a half a second difference. These guys are going to run 8 mile. They can't run faster. Marty can't run faster than 910. 980 for Darian. And if they do, yes, it's double breakout. All the rules apply. They can't cross the center line. Can't red light. That means they started a little too quick at the starting line. And Marley Breeze takes that one, a 923 and a 910. But hey, Darian, you're licensed and you're ready to go for the next race. I think that's tomorrow. All right, Carmen, how you doing at the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens? You guys are a little bit busy. You're going to get busier yet once we get through some of the elimination rounds. That's right, Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens is family friendly. You do not have to be of age. You can bring your family in there. All we ask is please be a role model. Be responsible, not just for your own family, but everyone else's out there, right? We want to see you back, so please enjoy. Once again, thank you, Mackenzie Auto and Great West, for being our sponsors. And you know what? Let's give these guys a hand. I'll tell you what. Young kids learning how to drag race, and they're having fun here doing that. Well, puts our hands together for these young racers. Good job. All right, just getting prepared for our junior dragster runs right now. They're going to run 8 mile as well. But we've got a gate at the VP sign at the top end. That's where the dragsters turn off sooner after they make their 8 mile pass. Makes the program run a little bit quicker. So a little bit of preparation involved when we get these guys ready to go. All right, yes, please put your hands together. A couple of new racers again. And you guys are going to get stronger with every run. You watch the other racers. You guys are awesome. Good job, guys. First call for Pro, 3 and 4. Find your partners and let's go. First call, second round of eliminations. Pro, let's go. Find your partner and let's go. All right, yes, they had to qualify too, so there's a bye run here. And it looks like Leia got probably the best reaction time because right now Victoria Desjardins making her way to the starting line. She'll be dialed in at a 1392. Dyna Crane Services, Deck Brothers, Link Trailers, and of course Grandpa Ed Desjardins helping her out. Getting her lined up. She's going up against Turbo Thomas. And Turbo Thomas being lined up with Russ Flamin, 1199. So we got close to a 2-second difference. Once again, the rules all apply with the kids. And it is a clean start at the line. So Leia Jacek Flamin is either going to meet Victoria Desjardins or Thomas Jacek. And boy, it's going to be a long ride home. No, they're staying overnight. We're okay, but Thomas is going to meet her sister. Or his sister. There we go, Leia Jacek Flamin. And she is up next. She gets to check her 1232. See if it worked for her in the 8th bio this round. Second call, Pro, 3 and 4. Find your partner and let's go. 3 and 4, Pro. Second call, second round eliminations. Well, Leia, you got a red eye, but that's all right, sweetheart. It doesn't matter. You're racing against yourself. You can't disqualify yourself. Top of the 8th. Let's take a look. Oh, boy, 12-12 on a 12:32. Leia, you better shave that number. You just gained 0.2 of a second. You would have broke out. So it is going to be brother and sister in the final in the Butler Byers junior dragster class. All right, if you're wondering, well, yes, the 50-50 did get claimed here. Heather Bennett came up and got the right ticket. Over $600, so congratulations to Heather. And she goes, well, in one hand, out the other, entry fees and stuff, but at least it'll pay for the weekend, right? Gotta have positives. That's a good positive. All right, you still got a few more minutes, about 10 minutes, then we're going to be shutting down the souvenir shop. Thank you, Brenda Goebel. Boy, she was busy last weekend, this weekend. Thank you so much for your efforts. And we're just touching up the track one more time. So Pro, 3 and 4, let's go. Third call, find your partner and let's go, Pro. And yes, the riders are playing at 5 o'clock. So, we can go watch part of the rider game here. I believe they're playing Calgary. All right, let's hear it for Victoria. She is unfortunately on the trailer after that round. It was Thomas Jacek Flamin, but I'll tell you what, girl, you did a good job. And we got the rest of the kids there. Is that Thomas Jacek Flamin in there too? There, we got all the kids. Grandpa Eddie, babysitter. I like that. All right, so if you're new to drag race, you're wondering what the heck is he doing now? It's called traction compound. Yes, it's very sticky. And it's amazing what we do to this track. He's still got cars that still break traction. That is incredible. We do have one of the best prep tracks here. Our feature race last weekend, we broke a track record. We were looking forward to that. That was a Pro Mod track record here. Mike Gonziola, 587, 233 miles per hour. And boy, was that ever a neat run. Well, we can put our hands together, but the kids were with Ed Desjardins up front. But you can put your hands together for Amanda Jacek Flamin and Russ. Why not, eh? Sometimes parents need more recognition. You know that, right? Good job, guys. And thank you, Amanda. They did a great job on the national anthem. Good job. All right, I think Pro is ready to go. Are we waiting for a couple more yet? A couple more cars. All right, two more. I think we're waiting for two more yet. Pro, final call, Pro. Get you in the staging lanes. All right, and that is the rest of Pro loaded now. I think we're going to start with the test vehicle first, but I've been told. All right, you might be looking at the starting line. What the heck are they doing there? They're measuring how good the traction is at the track. And Super Pro, we need you to find your partner and let's go. Super Pro. Let's go. Find your partner and let's go. All right, we're just going to start with a test vehicle first before we get into the pro elimination round. Second round, Queen City Performance Pro class. Okay, Tire Super Pro, we need you in 5 and 6. Find your partner and let's go. Super Pro, find your partner and let's go. Beautiful Mustang in the burnout box. Mike Gross out of Regina. All right, single pass for our tester here. And then we're back into the second round, elimination round here at SIR. Points race, we don't know. We're making up for a bunch. And 3/4 track shuts her down, so the 8th mile gets through to 579, 126 miles an hour. All right, second round eliminations, Queen City Performance Pro class. We've got our friend Rob Phillips out of Lloydminster, Alberta, 63 Acadian, dialed in at 976. Boy, maybe a 1/10 of a second difference as Jared McIntosh, a 964 on that 66 Chevelle out of Outlook. K. McIntosh Sons and RWH, his sponsors. And clean start at the line. Side by side, it is Jared McIntosh. As Rob Phillips breaks out, oh boy, he ain't gonna like his time slip, but boy, close. Super Pro, find your partner and let's go. Second call, let's go. All right, we've got that beautiful black Charger out of Regina, second generation Appleby Racing. Ryan Appleby, sponsored by Precision Machine, BBJ 5-star, Bennett Auto, ABS Competition 966. He will get the head start. It's a 942 for Justin Schulhauser. Beautiful 78 Camaro out of Saskatoon. What a launch! And side by side, top end, it is Appleby. 968 and a 966. Schulhauser breaks out a 941 and a 942. What a drag race. Super Pro, let's go. Find your partner. Super Pro, let's go. All right, Dwight Grzyzbowski, 1184, dialed in on the Duster. He'll get the head start as Dale Weist out of Regina, 1036 on the 442 Oldsmobile. So we are looking at, well, just under a second and a half head start. First call for testers. And clean start at the line, top end. It is Dale Weist with the win. How about that? A 1037 over a 1036. Good job, Dale. All right, Super Pro, I think we're waiting for a couple more yet. One more, there we go. Super Pro, final call. Super Pro, testers 1 and 2, testers 1 and 2. All right. New York is big, but Walter Furnetz is from bigger Saskatchewan. 2008 Corvette Supercharger, 1069. He'll get the head start as John Martin. I like this Mustang out of Stoughton, Saskatchewan. 1051. It's over at the line. It's the red eye for Walter Furnetz. 1051 for our friend with the Mustang. Let's see what he does at the top end. Oh, right on the number with a 5. John Martin, you are in the game. All right, our next pair, both out of southern Saskatchewan. Perry Fletcher out of White City. Bennett's Auto Repair sponsored 64 Belvedere, 1017. He will wait a bit as Jake Fiesel, 1028. How about 1/10 of a second difference, folks? That you'll see on the Christmas tree. What is 1/10 of a second? Not very much. Pretty well a heads-up race. Jake sponsored by Advanced Electrical, Snap Pro Lightning, and Electrotech. And it's a red eye for Perry Fletcher. Jake Fiesel takes the win. Let's take a look at 1028 is the number he's looking for. 1029. 1/100th of a second difference. Jake Fiesel, you're ready for the next round. Testers 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. Stage and lanes are open. All right, our next pair, it is Kim Gulliher out of Saskatoon. Outcast Racing on the line first, 1109. Superior Diesel, RWH Motorsports, ABS competition. As well, racing for Gary Waldner, yes. So 1109 to a 1097. Heather Bennett will have to wait a little bit. First call for street legal, first call for street legal. And it's a clean start at the line. Battle of the ladies, it's Heather Bennett. 1102 on a 1097 dial-in, 014 reaction time. Heather, you are ready for the next round. Tester, stage and lanes 1 and 2. Tester, stage and lanes 1 and 2. Street legal, we need you in stage and lanes. Street legal, we need you in stage and lanes. All right, good to see Rashina Grabowski behind the wheel. Stolen Dignity, the 76 Duster. She's out of Warman, 10:30. She gets the head start, 9:10. So about a second head start here. Brandon Bennett will have to wait. He's out of White City. And clean start at the line. Top end. Brandon Bennett takes the win, 919 on a 910. Final call for testers 1 and 2. Final call for testers 1 and 2. Street legal, third call. Street legal, find your partner. Third call to staging. All right, Scott Uremko on the line. Link Rentals, Studio One, RWH Motorsports, BBJ 5-Star, Laser Auto Body, ABS Competition is sponsors. 811, he'll have to wait as Kim and Lorianne Bernard out of Watson, Saskatchewan, 879 dialed in the Camaro. Schulte Industries, Stein Electric. So we're looking at just over a half a second head start. And they are side by side. Scotty passing it. He takes the win. 813 on a 811. All right, our next pair in the OK Tire Super Pro class. Good to see the Rat Killer back. Mike Bars out of Regina, 910 dialed in. He'll wait. 939's the dial in of Taryn McBain. Second generation McBain Racing. Snooker Shack Napa, McBain Welding. TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Haga Mechanical. 939. We got about 0.2 of a second difference here. Both excellent reaction times. Top end, Mike Bars, you're in the next round. Taryn McBain broke out. But Mike Bars, 943. Yeah, he slowed her right down, but takes the win. Travis McBain out of Saskatoon, Snooker Shack Napa, McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics. And Haga Mechanical, 776. He'll have to wait as Joe Bergen will get the head start. He's out of New Lodge with the Roadrunner, 910. And I'll tell you, watch the starting line. Joe Bergen wheel stands. Wow, he's got that front end up in the air. And we've got just under a 2-second difference on these vehicles. So final call protesters, final call protesters. Street legal, final call, street legal, final call. Well, side by side, it is McBain. 778 on a 776. As Joe Bergen broke out, ran a 908 on a 910. So he broke out by 2/100ths of a second. All right, we're going to say Mopar with Mopar because AMC is part of Mopar now. Fred Schwab out of Dundurn. RWH Motorsports 1046 will get the head start as Arlene and Dick Harder 67 Coot at 921 dialed in. Arlene is going to have to wait a bit. Over a second. Well, something fell off in Arlene's car, but let's take a look. Freddie Schwab, 1046. He's slowing down. He knew what was happening. Wanted to make sure he got the win, so Fred Schwab will advance to the next round. Something wrong with Arlene's car right at the starting line, unfortunately. A bit of a hiccup on reaction time. Final call for street legal. Final call for street legal. All right, Barney's on the line. Good to see our friend Jason Howdle and his family from Lloydminster, Alberta here this weekend. 1022 dialed in. He'll get the head start. Richie Harder, a 770 on that RWH Motorsports dragster. Also sponsored by Northern Blacktop, Laser Auto Body, Triumph Construction. So a 770 to a 1022, but it is over. Jason Howdle with the red eye. Richie Harder wants to make sure that 770 will take him into the next round. He breaks out 768. Richie, you're in the next round, but you may want to shade that number just a little bit. All right, our next pair, we've got that Southeast Saskatchewan 82 Mustang, Scott McKinnon. And he is testing with Owen Desjardins, 76 Vega out of Regina. Well, Owen Desjardins doing a little bit of steering on that round, got out of the groove, straightened her out, but that's not Owen. Top end, 12:06. Scott McKinnon, 992. Junior Street, first call, Junior Street, first call. Well, what a beautiful new ride for Sean and Cheryl LaShawn by the Pilot Butte. 67 Chevy 2 Slayer 2. He's testing with Steve Gabber out of Regina, 2016 Challenger. And top end, Sean LaShawn got through to 933. Steve Gabber, 1093. Junior Street, we need you in Staging Lanes co-pilot, Junior Street Legal. All right, Jack Appleby on the line first with that 72 Dart, getting the time slip with Mark Adams out of Craven, 67 Camaro. New ride for Mark Adams. Well, red eye for Mark Adams, 009 for Appleby. And if you're wondering, yes, the 50-50 ticket for today did get claimed. Congratulations, Heather Bennett. Appleby got through to the top end, 920. Red eye for Mark Adams, still got through to 10:00. All right, still waiting for one more, but we know what's going on. Right, Sully? All right, Shane's going to have fun first. Okay. All right, Scott Kiowski out of Regina. I love this 2002 Mustang. And the car out the gates. And he slows her down. Top end got through to 968, 110 miles an hour. All right, Junior Dragster Final. Junior Dragster Final, Staging Lanes 1 and 2. And final call for Junior Street, but we see Shane. We know what's going on. All right, we've got Mustang with Mustang, the convertible Mustang out of Kenora. That is Chad Hot Wheels Novak, 1435. He'll wait as Kerry Reap out of Saskatoon, 2014 Mustang, 1482. Got about a half a second difference on these cars, or maybe not. Unfortunately, Kerry, you got a red eye on that one. Chad Novak, 021, 1435 is the number he's looking for down the track. And they're both strolling down there. Chad Novak got through to 1463, but it's over. Chad Novak, you advance the next round of the Audio Warehouse Street Legal Elimination rounds. All right, Sean Isaac, I love this. Only one of 25 built Richard Petty, 2012 Superbirds, 1300. We've got a headhunt race, 1816. We got a 5-second difference on these Mopars. That's right, Matt Henry with the Dodge truck. He gets a 5-second head start. And I love this Superbird. And Sean's got some ground to cover. Will he do it? Matt Henry looks like he's going to cross first. He does, so he does take the win. All right, Shane Gropp out of Dundurn, fixed income garage truck. 1360 dialed in. We'll get the head start. It's a 1206 for Evan Stephenson. So he's going to wait close to a second. Well, a little bit more in a second. Either way, let's watch the Christmas tree. Well, the Audio Warehouse Street Legal round. It is Evan Stephenson, a 1207 on a 1206. Shane Gropp broke out, oh boy, 1358 on a 1360. But it came down to reaction time. So Evan Stephenson in the next round, the Audio Warehouse. We're still waiting for a junior Drake's junior street legal guy. Do you know where he is? Reese, do you know where he is? Is he right there? He's lollygagging, isn't he? All right, Nate Gross out of Southey with the single pass, 1520 dialed in. Junior Dragster final. We need you guys in staging 1 or 2. Junior Dragster final. All right, Nate Gross with the red eye. 1520 is the number he needs at the top end. And he don't need the red eye again, right, Nate? Well, you got through it at 1512. You'll need to shave that number. All right, I see Victoria on her way. So Junior Dragster final, Junior Dragster final. Actually, Victoria, it's the Battle of the Flamens. There we go. All right, Bucky Lalonde out of Regina, 1345, 1378 for the Core Rock Construction truck out of Martinsville. Dave Leverton. So Leverton will get a bit of a head start. Maybe at 2/10, 3/10 of a second. You'll watch the Christmas tree. You'll see it. Well, side by side, top end, it's Dave Leverton through a 1387 on 1378 dial-in. All right, and there's our junior dragster finalists. All right, it says Spudnik Yaremko. I think it's Spud Nuts. 1330 on that Audi. And Spudnik will get the head start as Walter Fournette's a 1077. Oh my God, about 2.5 second difference on these vehicles. Well, Walter giving her, but oh boy, he's on the wrong side. 0009, red eye. Spudnik in the next round, 1332 on a 1330. And Walter Fournette's would have broke out as well. Well, I gotta say, it's a little too bright, isn't it? Am I picky or what? Maybe I shouldn't say anything, right? The sun finally shone. All right, our next pair, it is the Butler Byers Junior Street Legal class. That's right, the co-pilot class. We've got a battle of ladies. Maya Jacques with Marcy Desjardins. Marley Breeze with Steve Boyle. 9:10 for Marley, 11:53 for Maya. It is over at the line. Marley Breeze, you're in the next round. It's a red eye for Maya. Let's take a look at 9:10 for Marley. And she goes through it at 9:15. I'd say you got the number, Marley. You're in the next round. So you either be taking on, I think it's Sully Groff. Sullivan. And it is Sullivan Groff in the final with Marley Breeze, Junior Street Legal. Butler Byers. All right, so Sully wants to make sure this 901's going to work for him. He's in the final regardless. First call for pro. Call for pro. Let's go pro. First call for pro. Top end. Oh boy, Sully a 908 on a 901. About 7/100ths of a second difference. Sully, you got a decision to make, but you are in the final with Marley Breeze. Well, we're midway, third round coming up. Second round completed with our junior dragster final. All right, let's thank these ladies. That's right. Good job, Maya, just about. But Marty, you are in the final today. So Marley Breeze just moving off the return road. We got to congratulate our friend Sullivan Gropp. Sully, you're in the final. That's right. Give him a hand. Good job, Sully. And this is the Butler Byers Junior Dragster class. And it is the battle between brother and sister. Turbo Thomas will be dialed in 1199 in the VP fuel lane. Up against Lightning Leia, 1210. So we roughly got maybe 1/10 of a second difference here. And Pro, find your partner and let's go. Pro, let's go. Find your partner, third round, let's go. Well, today's winner, the Butler Byers Junior Dragster. Congratulations, Leia Jacek. 1218 and a 1210. 1207 on 1199 for Turbo Thomas. Came down to reaction times. 045 for Leia. 135 for Thomas. Congratulations, Leia's today's winner in the Butler Byers Junior Dragster. All right, prepping the track one more time. Once again, we did say the 50-50 has been claimed for today. Go home Friday if you were here last week with us. Over $1,100 was still out there. Nobody claimed it. We did put it on Facebook, but I haven't heard anything. So once again, check your pockets. You never know. Could have $1,100 in your pocket. All right, touching up the track. Pro, let's find your partner and let's go. Pro, third round of eliminations. We need you in staging. Well, Mackenzie Auto looks like it's getting a little bit busier. Carmen's keeping up. And that's right, it is open to all ages now. We expanded it, and you know what? We want you to be role models. That's right, responsible beverages. We want you to come back for not just your own family, but we want to worry about the other families out there. So we do ask, please have responsible beverages. But Mackenzie Auto, we expanded it. Now we got 4 grandstands there. Wow, and Carmen will look after you. Once again, thank you, Mackenzie Auto and Great West. We're mentioning before, if you guys drink Great Western product, if you could forward us your receipts, that helps us with more sponsorship here at SIR. So if you'd like to, you can text us or email it to SDRA. You can give us the actual receipt in the beer gardens. I've done that before. So whatever works. But once again, great way to support SIR. And if you're drinking Great West products, it's a win-win situation. All right, Pro, we're just about there. We got 3, but we're looking for another 4 yet. So, Pro, let's go. We need you in staging. Pro. Well, let's put our hands together. Today's winner in the Butler Byers Junior Dragster class. It is Leah Jazek Flamin, Lightning Leah. Congratulations, young lady. Runner-up, her brother, Turbo Thomas. Good drag race. The difference between their run was 8/100ths of a second. So, hey, they're right up there with all the other drag racers. Good job, guys. And yes, they did sing the Canadian National Anthem at the feature. Good job, guys. All right, and Pro is loaded in staging, ready to go. 3rd round. Once again, thank you, Queen City Performance, for sponsoring the Pro class again this year at SIR. Back on board. Well, we're midway after this. We are getting down the numbers here. Once again, thank you, everybody, for your patience. Last weekend, Mother Nature was not participating. Even today, you kind of don't like that gray tinge on some of these clouds. But all in all, we kind of lucked out. So we look forward once again. If you like what you've seen today, we're going to wipe the slate clean. We've got another points race to hold tomorrow. We've got a few dates we need to catch up with, so we're going to do it again tomorrow. And tomorrow's time is starting at 9 o'clock. First call for Super Pro. Find your partners and let's go. Super Pro, Super Pro. Let's go. First call, 3rd time elimination. Second call, Super Pro, find your partner and let's go. 3rd round eliminations. Super Pro, find your partner and let's go. All right, Stoughton, Saskatchewan, the Mustang of John Martin, 1054. And he is in the Tiger Automotive lane. Dale Weist out of Regina, 1035, Old School Racing. All right, John Martin, Dale Weist, side by side. It is John Martin with the win double breakout. So John Martin of Stoughton with the Mustang in the next round. Super Pro, let's find your partner and let's go. Third call, let's go. All right, looks like Brandon Bennett with the single pass here. 910 is the number he's looking for. So once again, comes down to qualifying. He may got the bye round because of that, or maybe his competitor broke. We don't know. But 910 is the number Brandon Bennett was kind of focused on right now. Brandon Bennett, 036 reaction time, 910. How about a 909 with a 3? Breaks out by 6 thousandths of a second. I would say Brandon just add the number, right? First call for testers, 1 and 2. Third call for Super Pro. There we go. Third call for Super Pro. All right, Jake Fiesel out of Regina, Advanced Electrical, Sampro Lighting, Electro Tech. His sponsor's 1029 on that Camaro out of Regina. He'll get the head start, 970 for our friend out of Outlook, Jared McIntosh, K. McIntosh Sons, RWH. So a 970 to a 1029, about a half a second difference. Well, side by side, top end. It is Jake Fiesel through a 1032 and a 1029. 006 reaction time. Jake Fiesel, you're on your game. Jared McIntosh broke out. All right, Super Pro, still waiting for a couple more. Super Pro. Testers 1 and 2 are open. Testers 1 and 2 are open. All right, the Battle of Southern Saskatchewan. This round, White City, Heather Bennett. Congratulations, today's 50-50 winner, 1096 dialed in. She'll get the head start as Ryan Appleby, 966. So just over, well, close to, no, just over a second head start for our friend. And what a launch. Well, side by side, he's on the brakes. Ryan Appleby, 966 on the number. Congratulations. Breakout by Heather Bennett. 1095 on a 1096. This girl, you are a good racer. Testing lanes 1 and 2 are open. Testing lanes 1 or 2 are open. Super Pro, you're there. First call for Sportsman. First call for Sportsman. All right, the OK Tire Super Pro third round of eliminations here. Boy, oh boy, we got a couple heavy hitters there. Freddie Schwab out of Dundurn with the 75 Hornet, 1045. RWH Motorsports is sponsor. He'll get the head start. Scott Urupko, 811 on that Acadian. Link Rental, Studio One, RWH Motorsports, BBJ 5-star Laser Auto Body, and ABS Competition, his sponsors. So we got close to a 2-second difference on the cars here. Well, at the top end, Scotty Aremko right on the number, an 8:11.014 reaction time. And it's a 10:49 and 10:45 for Fred Schwab. Second call, Sportsman. Second call, Sportsman. All right, looks like Richie Harder with a single pass. 770's the number. And he's on to reaction time. 011. 770. Oh, 767. May want to shape the number a little bit. Goes through a little too quick. But I'll tell you what, Richie Harder, you're in the next round. Well, Travis McBain out of the burnout box waiting to approach the starting line. Dragster will have to wait. Travis a 776. Snooker Shack Napa. McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Haga Mechanical. Mike Barrs, the Rat Killer. Good to see he's back, a 916 on that Duster. We got close to a 2-second chain or difference on these cars. But it is over. Oh boy, Mike Barrs ain't going to like this when he's on the negative side. 0007. That's a perfect light, but oh boy, Travis McVeigh having some trouble. Pulled over to the side guardrail. So we're going to check that out and see what's going on with Mr. McBain. All right, so our top end guys taking a look to see what's going on with Travis McBain. And McBain's got the win, but boy, oh boy, having some issues. But good to see the Rat Killer back. Mike Barrs out of Regina. So how's everyone doing at the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens? You guys doing all right? Move your arms. It's a safety check. Got to make sure you're okay. Some of you are okay. Some aren't moving too quick. Uh-oh. Maybe I'll have to send Reese over there. You don't want me to send Reese over there. Well, nice try, Mark Mike Bars. I'll tell you, the rat killer back from Regina, but not the result he wanted to see. Richie Harder, you got a decision to make. You are in the next round. First call for street legal. First call for street legal. Stage and lanes. All right, it looks like it's a little bit of testing going on right now. That is Scott McKinnon with the Mustang, and I believe that was Anita Hendry. Hendry through 1061, 1054 for the Mustang. All right, street legal, 5 and 6. We need street legal in staging. All right, Smiling Leroy Schmidt up with Owen Desjardins. They're just testing. And Sully, you better get going. We're always waiting for you. Okay, double scoop ice cream next round, okay? Double scoop. All right, Mason Boschman gonna take a test pass. That car was for sale at the feature. Maybe the guys changed their mind, or maybe it is still for sale. Maybe they just cleaned the windows. I don't know, but either way, take a look at it. 82 Trans Am out of Martinsville, Mullet Mafia. And Mason Boschman through it at 972, 1190 for our friend in the Tiger Automotive lane. All right, Rashina Grabowski with Stolen Dignity. Doing a test pass. Whoa, car got out of the groove, but she did a wonderful job getting it back. Straightened it out, good run. I was taking the long way down the quarter mile, 1035, 126 miles an hour. Street legal, we need you in staging. Street legal in staging. Slayer 2 up for a test pass. Junior Street Final 1 and 2. Junior Street Final 1 and 2. Street Legal, we need you in staging. Street Legal, the staging lanes. All right, single pass. Sean and Cheryl Lacham's Chevy 2. That is Sean behind the wheel. 934 down the quarter mile. All right, Chad Novak up with Evan Stephenson. This is the Performance Plus Sportsman elimination round. 1455 for the convertible Mustang. 1205 for the Super Coupe. Well, top end, the next round, it is Evan Stephenson. Runs the number as Chad Novak broke out. Wow. So Street Legal, we need you. Street Legal, we need you. All right, it is Garrett Gerwing up with Matt Hendry. Mopar with Mopar, the Charger car. 1307 will have to wait. Yeah, you might as well say this is a headhunt race. It's about 5-second difference. 1816 on the Dodge truck. You'll get the big head start. So street legal and junior street final. Well, Garrett Gerwing took the win, 13:11 on a 13:07. Street Legal, we need you in staging. Street Legal staging. All right, it's Mopar with Mopar once again. It's the Duster out of Regina. Chris Langdon, like to thank Mary, 1163. He'll have to wait as Eric Humphreys at 1285 on the truck. He'll get the head start. Just over a second. Well, it is Mr. Humphreys through double breakout. And Eric Humphreys will advance to the next round of Performance Plus Sportsman class. Street Legal, we need you in staging. Street Legal, we need you in staging. All right, this is the Butler Byers, the co-pilot class. Yes, Junior Street Legal Final. And we've got Marty Breeze out of Prince Albert, Aurora Chiropractic, her sponsor, 910 dialed in to a 901. Holy smokes, well, less than a 1/10 of a second. This is pretty well a heads-up race. A 901 on the truck and 910 for the car. And this comes down to the reaction times. Today's winner, congratulations, Marty Breeze, 920 on a 910. Sullivan Gropp, a 909 on a 901. But reaction time was the factor. 433 for Sully, 089 for Marley. So congratulations, Marley Breeze. Well, we're getting down to the last couple numbers here. That was our Junior Street final. We're still waiting for Street Legal to make their way in. Well, we're down to 2 rounds here, folks. Yes, the riders start at 5 o'clock. Well, our Butler Byers Junior Street Legal finalists making their way down. Let's congratulate runner-up Sullivan Gropp. And today's winner, Marty Breeze. Congratulations. And Sully, don't forget, double scoops, right? Not single, double. Well, the license says what? BB doll? I thought it said broom. No, where's the other one's maybe her broom. I'm not sure. This is Spudnik. I thought his name was Spudnuts. I'm not sure. It was exhibition last week, wasn't it? All right, Spudnik Yaremko going up against Chad Novak. Pro, first call for Pro. We need you in Sage and Lanes Pro. Let's go. Pro, first call, fourth round eliminations. Well, this one's over. It's a red eye for Chad Novak. Spudnik Yaremko, 13:32. See what he does down the quarter mile. 13:51. Yeah, he'll be okay. All right, it is Mopar with Mopar, the Core Rock construction truck on the line. First, Dave Leverton, a 1378. He'll get the head start. It's a 1201 for Evan Stephenson. So just under a 2-second head start for the truck. And second call, Pro, find your partner and let's go. Pro, find your partner and let's go. And top end, Dave Leverton with the Dodge Ram truck, a 1382 and a 1378. That is good for the win. Evan Stephenson, 1202 and a 1201, came down to reaction times. 115 for Evan, a 074 for Dave. So he got treat on that one. We got Ram versus Ram again. Matt Hendry. Hendry's Motorsports, Glenn and Anita Hendry, 1824 to a 15-15. That's Nate Gross out of Southie, Saskatchewan, 2021 Ram. Well, Nate, unfortunately a red eye. So Matt Hendry will advance the next round of the Audio Warehouse Street Legal class. Let's take a look. Hendry, 18, pro count of 18-16, but red eye by Nat, so Matt will come back. But I think Matt may want to shade that number. All right, going to touch up the track one more time. Pro, let's go. Find your partner. Get into stage and then let's go. Good job, Dave. Well, we're coming down to the final numbers, folks. 2 rounds left. We're getting down to the quarterfinals here. We got 3 in a few classes, 4 in pro, and then we are final. And then, boy, it's back home. I got to watch the Ryder game here. Haven't watched one for a little bit. Weird thing, we always seem to be drag racing, right? But hey, that's all right. Well, a few more people in the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens. Should be a couple more after the next round, right? Once again, let's just make sure you get back here safe, right? Responsible beverages. There we go. Super Pro, first call for Super Pro. Pro, we need the final 2 cars. Pro, we need you. You look familiar. That's right. You keep walking, mister. You just keep walking. That's right. Okay, we'll bring up the truck next year. I know this year's a wash. That's right. Next year, bigger, better, faster. You're like the $6 billion man, right? We're going to build them faster, stronger. All right, Super Pro, we need you in Staging Lane. Super Pro. Super Pro, we need you in Staging Lanes. Find your partner and let's go, Super Pro. Super Pro, let's go. Yes, we need 2 more. Super Pro, let's go. Okay, are we waiting for one more for Super Pro? No, we're not. Testers, staging lanes 1 or 2 are still open. Testers, 1 and 2 are still open. And first call for Sportsman, 5 and 6. First call for Sportsman, 5 and 6. Testers, staging lanes 1 and 2 are now open. Testers, 1 and 2 are open. All right, we've got Ryan Appleby out of Regina, 68 Charger 966 dialed in on the starting line first. Precision Machine, BBJ 5-star, Bennett Auto, and ABS Competition, his sponsors. He will have to wait as John Martin out of Stoughton, Saskatchewan, 1052 dialed in on that Mustang. I like this Mustang, very clean. So a 1052 to a 966, just about a second difference. And it is over. John Martin, you're in the next round. Ryan Appleby, red lid. Both cars actually red lid. But I'll tell you, John Martin, a 002 red eye to a 015. John Martin, you're in the final. All right, next pair, Southern Saskatchewan, Jake Fiesel out of Regina, the 87 Camaro. Advanced Electrical, Stand Pro Lighting, and Electro Tech, his sponsors. 10:31, he'll get the head start as Brandon Bennett at 9:10. So just under a second head start. Brandon Bennett will have to wait. He's out of White City, which is just outside of Regina. Well, it is Brandon Bennett with the win. So Brandon Bennett and John Martin will be in the Queen City Performance Final in Pro. All right, Richie Harder warming up those rear tires. And Scott Yaremko warming up those warm tires. Testers 1 and 2 are still open. Testing 1 and 2 are still open. Sportsman, we need you in staging. Sportsman, testers 1 and 2 are open. Sportsman, we need you in staging. All right, Scott Yaremko, Link Rental, Studio One, RWH Motorsports, BBJ 5-star, Laser Auto Body, ABS Competition, 811. Scotty's going to have to wait. Rich Harder with the RWH Motorsports, Dragster, Northern Blacktop, Laser Auto Body, Triumph Construction. Sorry, Richie's got to wait a little bit. We got that straight now. Today it is Richie Harder in the final. Double breakout, but Richie Harder will be in the final. All right, Sportsman, we need you in staging lanes. Sportsman, we need you in the staging lanes. So it looks like it's going to be Richie Harder with Travis McBain. We got Dragster with Dragster. And looks like Travis got it figured out. He kind of broke on that last run. His opponent did red lights, so all he's got to do is show he can make this run. He can stage it and save it. And I think that's what he's done. He's going to back her out. Or he might be having some issues still. He's backing her out. Sportsman, we need you in stage and lane. Sportsman, street legal, first call. Street legal, first call. And testing lanes are open 1 and 2. You got to get in there fairly quick before we get into the finals. All right, doing some testing here. That's Scott McKinnon out of Southie with that 82 Mustang with Anita Henry. So Sportsman, street legal. We need you in stage and Sportsman, street legal. Let's go. Testing lanes 1 and 2 are still open. Scott McKinnon lighting them up on the starting line. It will be Anita Henry reaching the top end first. 10:59, 126 miles an hour. Scott McKinnon says that run, we're just going to wash it. Well, Mike Bars went through a few rounds today. Oh, sorry, that's Rob Tangeman. I think it was Mike Bars. That is Bars, okay. And good to see the Rat Killer back. Oh, 4 lawn. Night there. Reaction time there, Mike. Top end through the quarter mile. 888, 151 miles an hour. Yeah, he wants to get a few more runs in there, right? All right, Russ Flamin doing some more testing, doing half passes here today. Yeah, we're testing right now. Russ Flamin is going to go quarter mile, but he is testing 1/8 mile. But if everything goes well, he wants to see what he's going to do here. So let's take a look. Russ Flamin. The Flying Flamin out of Regina. Wow. Good job, Russ. Boy, oh boy, all over the track. Got out of the groove. You knew he had his foot in there, but nope. He backed off and wisely did. And I'll tell you what. Still went through under 12 seconds, 11:68 at 70 miles an hour. Wow. But yes, he got out of the groove, and he wisely got her back and slowed her down. All right, I do believe our street legal and sportsman class are there. All right, these guys are just going to do a rematch. So here we go. Running 8th mile, it is Sullivan Drop with Marley Breeze. And top of the 8th, it is Marley Breeze, 9:13 to a 9:18. Reaction time 0.72 for Marley, 2:13 for Sully. All right, I like this. Is this uncle versus nephew? Bob Fiesel with the dragster going up the dragster Taylor Fiesel. That's what I love about the Fiesel family. It's always a Fiesel family reunion here. And they race against each other. They race with each other. Good times. All right, testing lanes are still open. You got to get in there fairly quick, racers. Testing lanes are still open. Got to get in there fairly quick. Well, looks like Bobby having a bit of a hiccup on the starting line. So Taylor went through at 8th mile. Good job, guys. Marley 2, Sullivan 0. All right, a little grudge racing here. This is, sorry, not Ryan Appleby. It's Jack Appleby, first generation. With the Slayer 2, that's right, Sean Lachambe. Well, Appleby got the reaction time in 0.16 to an 0.68 top end. Appleby there got there first, a 9.18 to a 9.32. Did you learn anything on that run there, Ryan? Did Dad teach you? Yeah, don't drag race. It's very expensive, right? No, he didn't teach you that. He didn't get to lesson 5 yet. Okay, well, looks like our Sportsman and our Street Legal are there. We're just about down to the finals. Haven't heard. Testing lanes 1 and 2 still open momentarily. All right, Evan Stephenson looks like he's in the Sportsman final. 12:01, he's got a free run. He can stage it and save it, but you know what? He's going to run it because he brung it. Well, Evan, you're on the right route now. 0.26 reaction time. 12:01's the number. Top of the quarter mile. How about a 12:05? 4/100ths of a second. You got to make a decision, but you know what? You're in the final, Evan Stephenson. So Evan will either be meeting Eric or Garrett. And I hate to say this, but it's a Mopar final. Well, I shouldn't say I hate to say it, but it is ironic, right? 13:09, Garrett Gerwing's got dialed in. You'll get a bit of a head start. Eric Humphreys at 12:83. Gonna have a little bit of ground to cover. Or not. Unfortunately, red light, good night for Eric Humphreys. Garrett Gerwing is going to meet Evan Stephenson in the Performance Plus Sportsman final. 13:09. Oh, 13:01. You better shave that number, Garrett. So we've got a Charger and the Super Coupe Aspen in the Performance Plus final. All right, our pair up. Sputnik Yaremko out of Saskatoon driving the Audi at 13:32. Oh, we got a headhunt race here. It's a 5-second difference there. Matt Hendry, he will get the big head start with a D150, and Sputnik is going to have to push that throttle down. He's going to have a lot of, what do they say that? A lot of real estate to capture on that one. Well, I'll tell you, good reaction times. Top and he's on the brakes. Matt Hendry takes the win. Sputnik broke out 13:29 on 13:32. Matt Hendry runs the number in 8:16 with an 8 on a 18:16 on a 18:16 with an 8. Matt Hendry, you're in the final with Dave Leverton, and a Mopar final here with the Ram truck. All right, testing lanes open. 2 more minutes, racers. One last pass. Testing lanes are open for 2 more minutes. One last pass. Then it's final, 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 final. Dave Leverton, you may want, oh no, 1390 year, okay, 1378. So it is a all truck final in the final, the Ram trucks. So yes, testing lanes will be closed in a couple minutes here. If you want to make a test pass, you better make your way to staging. All right, I think that's Anita Henry making a single pass. One more test pass before we put our toys away for tonight. And yes, if anyone's wondering, the 50-50 did get claimed. Heather Bennett won it earlier today. We're still looking for a winner on Friday's race last week. So if you got the winning ticket, take a look on Facebook. There's Spudnik. He's happy. Spudnik or Spudnuts? I don't know. Well, Anita Henry down the track. 055 racks time through to 10:56. 127 miles an hour. And Mr. Leverton, you are in the final. Congratulations. And Glenn, well, you're just good support out there, right? There we go. What about you? The Rough Rider game is starting. Get in there right now. Get in here, Bobby. All right, making their way back into the pits. Looks like Bob Fiesel will make one more test pass. 1 minute, testers. 1 minute. If you want to make one last pass, you got 1 minute to make it to the testing lanes. All right, I think it's going to be the last test pass of the day here. Bob Fiesel, Pasqua Lake, Saskatchewan. You had a minute to get into 1 and 2. Oh, look at how many snuck in there. Okay, we'll keep her going. Good job. Yeah, I don't need to watch the Rider game. Hell no. Bob Fiesel, good pass. 060 gets through to 883, 146 miles an hour. Staging lanes are now all closed. All finalists to the finals. That's right, to the staging lanes. All finalists. The words we're looking for. To the staging lanes. All finalists. All right, we've got Owen Desjardins out of Regina with the Vega. Owen Desjardins through at 1206, 112 miles an hour. Uh-oh, we got a burnout contest going on here. Is that Marley Breeze? Or is that Maya Jacques? Well, these ladies can do burn. Look at the smoke there, Sully.
I know, I'm not allowed to.
You can't do them.
Well, you know what?
It's too much money. Well, this one was stopped right at the starting line. Maya Jacques out the gates a little too quick with a red eye. So Marley Breeze will get through the top of the first, 9:20, 11:57 with the red eye for Maya Jacques. All right, Russ Flaman's last test pass once again. He's going the full quarter mile, but he wants to do the 8th, and you know what? He's going to see how it goes. But he's testing to the 8th mile. He's going to run a quarter mile. And Russell got out of it right away. Did not work the way he wanted it. So he's just going to stroll back. That was a test pass, trying something a little different. All right, they're back. That's right. All right, testing lanes are closed. Testing lanes are closed. All finalists to the station lanes. All finalists to the station lanes. All right, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Well, Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens, how you guys doing? We're down to the finals. We're just waiting for our finalists to make their way to staging. Thank you for your patience, and hey, enjoy your beverages, right? Beautiful day, finally. I would say this is a summer day, finally, here in Saskatchewan. Weird how the weekend ended last weekend, a couple days. Next thing you know, we're back into 30-degree temperature, and then we go back into the deep freeze. What the heck is going on, eh? All right, I think it's just the Sportsman finalists next that we're waiting for, but all the other finalists are there, so one more pair. All right, I believe it is the Sportsman finalists we're waiting for. And there's Garrett. And there's Evan. I think we got all our finalists, so a few more minutes and we are done. Once again, everybody, thank you for your patience today. We got through today. We got one more day tomorrow. 9 o'clock start tomorrow morning, or depending how the weather is, but hoping for a 9 o'clock start. All right, this is the OK Tire Super Pro Final. Dragster with dragster. All right, both vehicles warming up those rear tires, and I'll tell you what, how about a 775 to a 767? About a 1/10 of a second difference. It's pretty well a heads-up race here. So Travis McBain, Snooker Shack, Napa, McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics and Haga Mechanical 775, Rich Harder 767. Sponsored by RWH Motorsports, Northern Blacktop, Laser Auto Body, and Triumph Construction. This is the OK Tire Super Pro Final. And it is a clean start at the line. And it is Richie Harder, 769 on a 767. 778 on a 775. That was reaction times. Richie Harder, congratulations. An 0182 and 032. You are today's winner in the OK Tire Super Pro class. Well, Mustang with Mustang for the final. Look at that. Dragster with dragster. Mustang with Mustang. And then it's Mopar with Mopar for the rest of the finals. Well, John Martin's got the 91 red Mustang. He's out of Stoughton, Saskatchewan, 1050. He'll get the head start. He's in the VP Fuel lane with Brandon Bennett. He's a 910 dialed in. Our friend out of White City. He's in the Tiger Automotive lane. So, boy, oh boy, we've got just under a second difference here. And it's over at the line. Brandon Bennett with the dreaded red light. 004. Missed it by 0.04 of a second. Congratulations, John Martin. And he breaks out at the top end at 1068 on a 1050. Don't matter, John. You're today's winner in the Queen City Performance Pro class. Congratulations, John Martin out of Stoughton, Saskatchewan. And this is now the Performance Plus Sportsman final. Well, it's Mopar Finals in both classes here in Sportsman and Street Legal. Evan Stephenson with the Super Coupe out of Saskatoon, 1204. Will have to wait. Garrett Gerwing, a second head start of 1306 for the Charger. So this is a Saskatoon final. And this one's over at the line. It's a red light for Garrett Gerwing. Evan Stephenson. Congratulations, Don. You guys won this one. Evan Stephenson, 1204, gets through. Oh, 1203 with a 90 would have broke out. Oh, no. It doesn't matter, Evan. You got him on the line. Congratulations, Evan Stephenson. Congratulations, Don. Today's winners. And this is the final run of the day. That's the Audio Warehouse Street Legal Class. Dave Leverton with the Core Rock Construction Truck 1380. We've got a headhunt here going on, as Dave's going to have to wait. Matt Henry out of Dundurn, 1816. Boy, oh boy, about a 5-second difference on these vehicles. And it is a clean start at the line. This is at the top of the quarter mile. Dave Leverton's got some real estate to capture. Does he do it? He does. 1390. Congratulations, Dave Leverton, today's winner. Audio Warehouse Street Legal. So once again, racers, we start tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Wipe the slate clean. And we're going to run another points race. Everybody have a good night tonight. And go, Riders, go. Riders game started at about 5 o'clock. So everyone have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll talk to you later, Kelly. All right, congratulations, Evan Stephenson. Well, today's runner-up, congratulations, Matt Henry. He broke out, ran an 18:15 with a 9 on a 18:16. And Dave Leverton took the win. Brandon Bennett and John Martin, we need you to the tower. Brandon Bennett and John Martin, we need you in the tower. Okay, everybody have a good night. And yes, I'm going to the back there. I got to join some people here. All right, congrats.